Yo, another day, another thought. Welcome to another edition. Welcome, everyone, to another edition of the Double Thought Show, where we discuss various themes and topics, touching on them from different perspectives. As you know, we are your host. I'm RJ here with KR. KR, another wild week with interesting topics and stories all over the place, man.
Yeah, man, and I do agree with you. Wild week. I think one of the most interesting topics this week is Double Dot Show itself.
Yeah,
We had a quite interesting week, seeing great responses to certain clips we have been posting, and basically also it reflects also on the previous show because those clips are basically part of the previous show, and they had let's say quite a good reaction to it, don't you think?
I definitely think so. And I would say I want to use the V word, which is
Which
viral.
one? Which of the V words?
So, I mean, it's not viral for sure. In a long shot, it's not viral, but it's definitely, we saw we saw a boost
A
in
boost.
the
Yeah, let's call it a
algorithm.
boost.
Yeah. So thanks to everyone, thanks to all our new subscribers, as
Yes.
well as the people who reacted and gave their 2 cents on the various topics. We greatly appreciate your
We
contribution to
want to
our
welcome you
channel,
to the Double Thought community.
to the Double Thought
Happy
community.
to have you here.
Yeah, yeah, welcome. And guys, um, as you know, you see the topic in the title of today's show. Um, but before we continue, let's see if there are people in the chat. Please put some ones so we know you can hear us clearly. We're going to talk today, KR, and of course the rest of the chat, about prenups.
Prenups.
It's kind of funny that it's still a topic of discussion in 2022.
Even
You might
taboo, you might say.
yes, and seeing as how if you see how many things aren't taboo that actually should be taboo.
Let's not try to go into them because
It's just a joke.
I know what you're trying to say. Yes, I do agree with you on
But
that.
so it's still, but I think it's an interesting topic to cover. Definitely. Hey guys, thanks to everyone who's watching the show. We are a bit late today. We had some technical difficulties that we had to take care of, but we're here today to bring you this show and to interact with you on today's topic.
Yes, sir.
Thank you as well to everyone who might not be watching the live, but will watch the rebroadcast. So, guys, we're gonna wait. I'm gonna continue while I wait on the reactions in the chat. You just want to make sure that you guys don't miss out.
While we're waiting, I think one thing we can say is, guys, remember to like the video, subscribe, follow, share it with friends, people who might be interested in this topic we're going to discuss today, and don't forget to also follow us on Instagram and Facebook, for that matter.
Yeah, definitely. We've been posting more and more, and I think KR, you can back me up. We're also seeing more interaction on our social media platform. So
Yes, yes.
thank you for your support on those platforms as well. So, you want to say something?
I wanted to make a joke about Twitter, but let's continue. Let's continue.
Yeah. Well, we have about 6 months. So before we proceed with the full story, I want to add, on behalf of the show, the usual disclaimer. We are not financial or life advisors. And KR, if you permit, with your permission, I would like to also add legal advisors for this particular topic. The
Yes.
purpose of this show is solely and purely to provide entertainment and share thoughts and opinions with you, our followers. For personal advice on whatever area in your life that you might need, we strongly urge you to seek out advice from the professionals that can give you tailor-made advice specific to your situation and needs. I had to add the legal in
You're
there.
the legal guy, so you should. You
I had
should.
to
You
add the
should.
legal.
You gotta make sure we're covered as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Just like people are covered by the topic.
yeah.
Great.
Awesome.
So we are at the usual spot in the show where we dive in thoughts we've had through the week, and as usual, we split it up into RJ is the one who usually opens it up, and I'm the one who closes it up. According to RJ, it's because I'm volatile,
A bit
or
volatile.
you might not know what comes out of my mouth. So, in order to protect the stream, they shove me in the back of the bus.
Yeah,
That statement right there is why I think.
yeah.
But
Well,
what is RJ? Do you have a random thought of the day for us? Please share
yeah,
it.
yes. Thank you, KR. And seeing when let's say considering the topic I want to talk about, I might have had to be the one to go in the end in this show. But
Don't
in
get
God
us
we
banned,
trust.
please. Thank God.
No,
All
man.
for all.
No, but today's random thought of the day is regarding, let's say, my point of view. I want to share my point of view on the whole Kyrie Irving story that has basically been in the news this past week. I've seen and heard a lot of people give their takes, their opinion on the matter. And of course, guys, for those who don't know, Kyrie Irving is a superstar basketball player currently playing for the Nets,
Brooklyn
the
Nets.
Brooklyn Nets. Yeah, I wanted to say New Jersey, but that's the old Nets.
That's the
And
trash Nets.
that's the trash
Well,
Nets.
they're still trash now, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah. No, but yeah, it's currently facing a lot of criticism in the media for a tweet he posted this week with a link to a movie. The movie is based on a book, and the movie is regarded by at least the mainstream media, certain people or a lot of people, as anti-Semitic. And from what I understand, because I went just to look to see what the movie is about, and I saw that the movie, let's say, the main narrative is that the movie pushes a theory that people of color are actually the true descendants of the biblical Israelites. And of course, it also says that it's something that I've heard before. It says that the Jews that we know are not the real Jews. Now, I think personally that Kyrie posted it in light of what was going on with Kanye West already. Now, some people would say, Kanye West is getting a lot of backlash for what he said. I'm not going to
Jump on the sword.
I'm not going to shake this tree because I don't know if there's a hornet's nest, but Kyrie just Kyrie said, "Point me to the nest," and
Where can I
and
put my hand in?
and he basically went in and he shared the link. They went on a conference. They asked about it during a press conference. He didn't want to answer it. He just said that it was a tweet, and well, basically, he received a lot of backlash from the mainstream media, but also from the sports media, saying that what he did and said wasn't right, and that he should apologize. He didn't apologize. He did agree, together with the team and the Anti-Defamation League, that both so he would donate 500K, and the Brooklyn Nets would also donate 500K to let's say combat racism and hate. But then the following day they suspended him because he still refused to apologized, and the team is of the opinion that he should apologize. We touched on the Kanye story last week, and for those of you who didn't check it out, go check it out. And please share your thoughts with us as well on the videos. But for this particular thought of the day, I don't want to go. I don't want because I think the story is more or less the same. I want to touch this topic from a different angle. I want to approach this topic from a different angle. I strongly believe in the concept of extreme ownership, which is something I think is a concept that is coined by Jocko Willink. And basically what it is, or at least how I understand it and how I apply it in my daily life, is that I think that so let's say no matter what happens, maybe someone can do me wrong, but I always think to myself, I point the finger towards myself and ask myself, what could I have done differently? And there are certain situations where, yeah, you couldn't have known, but oftentimes you will see that there are a lot of things that you can do yourself to protect yourself and to put yourself in a better position and limit risks and setbacks in your life. So with this concept in mind, I also analyzed this whole situation with KaiR Irving, and well, I'm not going to talk about the discussion whether what KaiR and Kanye said, so that's not relevant to my thought of the day. What's important to me is, or what's noteworthy to me, is the position that the Jewish community has in at least the Western society. It's remarkable because they are not the only people who have suffered or have history of suffering, but they are one of the strongest communities that you cannot, let's say when something happens that they don't agree with, they immediately make their positions known. So they have a strong position within the Western community. And I try to think to myself how, so let's say what's the reason for that? So I try to analyze and see. And I think I derived a couple of lessons to me that I would like to share with our viewers and our subscribers. Despite having, so let's say the first thing is, despite having despite having internal problems with one another, let's say maybe they have beefs with each other, they have problems in business or whatever. When something happens like what is happening right now, they do act as one. They have solidarity, at least towards the outside world. And that's something to be admired, and I believe that every group should strive for that as well. But I wanted to go one layer deeper to see how come they have that position. And when you look at the Jewish community, when you think of the Jewish community, you think of business owners, you think of people with high-ranking positions. They are known to be workers, so they work hard. So how can other communities strengthen their position within a country? Solidarity is one thing. I touched on it a minute ago. but how can you gain solidarity? I believe that the real strength is in entrepreneurship and in ownership. That's the first step. The second step would be to support people within your community. Sometimes in certain communities, when we know that someone does something, we want it for free. No. If you have a friend or family and you want to show your support, you show support by paying. That way, that person grows and you grow if you pay for each other's services. But if you both do services, so provide services or products for free to one another, then you'll both stay broke. And I believe it's a mindset shift that needs to happen to grow as individuals and support each other to create the solidarity. That way, and the third one is you have to have credibility. We talked about the whole Black Lives Matter movement in our previous show and how they could have had so much more influence because they were really growing fast, but because they didn't manage it correctly, because there were a lot of questionable purchases and actions, that they lost credibility. And that's a shame. So it's important to remember while you're growing to keep a certain level of ethical behavior, to keep a certain level of credibility, so that when you step out as a community or as a representatives of a community, people will take you seriously. And when that happens, you can be sure that if someone attacks your community, you will be able to react in the same way that the Jewish community is reacting right now. It starts with you. It starts with the community, with your community. We always have to work on ourselves and with each other to strengthen our position, and then we can realize change, meaningful changes. KR, that's my random thought of the day.
That was quite deep. I thought you were going someplace else, but I guess. But I do agree with you. Focus on yourself, accountability. Help yourself, help family and friends. They help their family friends, and that's how you strengthen a community, not by trying to overreach.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think we can point out some recent events that happened that you could think that the accountability is not really that high, but we're not diving into that in this show.
Not into
because
this show.
this show is about the prenup, guys. Like I said, like RJ said, not like I said. RJ already announced the theme of today, which is, are you getting a prenup, or are you going to embrace being a crash dummy? That's a good question, I think. I think maybe a lot of people have their own way of looking at this topic. It's anti-love. It's not romantic. I'm not gonna sign a 40 pages contract. Even though it might prevent both parties from losing, taking an L. But we will look at this topic starting with diving into the story of Tom Brady and Gisele Bundchen, two recent divorcees. That's the word, right?
I
Divorcees.
th-
It sounds
it's
great. Maybe
it's
I'm making up English words while I go, but um,
yeah.
please guys put in the comment if it's a real word. I think it is, but anyway, we're gonna dive into their story. They divorced. They are a couple worth about 733 million. So the question is, who's getting what? We're talking about a lot of money around here. It's a Then we're going to dive into other YouTube videos, people who talk about prenup, how they feel about it, what is the right way to do it? Is it the wrong way? Is it something bad? Is it something good? That's basically what the show is going to be about. But before we start about everything, we're going to talk about prenup. We're going to dive a bit into the Tom and Gisele story. Gonna recap the year of 2022 for you. The year began quite shocking, to say the least, as Tom Brady, who has been playing for in the NFL, the National Football League, for 22 years, he has amassed amounts of accolades, records, 7 Super Bowls with the Pats, New England Pats. For those who don't know, my team. So I know this guy close. He's my buddy. No, I'm just kidding. Uh, and he also has one with the Bucks after he left us. He broke
Good
it
for
up.
him. Good for him.
We might need to dive into that later in this show. But he left the Bucks, amassed also got an extra ring, which is quite amazing for someone his age because he's pretty old for his age in the NFL. People don't make it that long on a high level. Usually they around their age they are in a I'm not gonna
They
say
get dragged out. They get dragged out. Yeah.
they get
Yeah.
carried out,
Yeah. Yeah.
carried out
Yeah.
on a stretcher.
Yeah.
But he's still performing last season, but he didn't make the playoffs or he didn't make it deep into the playoffs. And then it was announced on the 1st of February that Tom was officially going to retire from the NFL. Officially, after 22 years. Tom, everyone was basically sharing their thoughts on it. The New England Patriots basically bigged them up, saying it was a privilege to draft this guy and develop him, being a part of the legacy he created. I think people might disagree, agree, who really was part of those 7 rings he got at, who was the main actor, let's put it that way, in those 7 rings. I do think it's 50-50 because, well, it's probably 50-50. Let's say for the sake of not creating an argument, but everyone was bigging him up, and basically he said, "I'm gonna stop, guys. It's been enough. It's been enough." But then, oh, before that, before I said the but then, also Gisele was happy. Gisele was also happy. Gisele was happy that after 15 years that she met him, that he was done with the game. As you can see here, she says, "What a ride, Tom. So many memories. When I met you over 15 years ago, I didn't know the first thing about football. She's Brazilian, so she only knows the football with the foot. She doesn't know the football with the hands.
Yeah.
But cheering for you and seeing you do what you love most made me learn about this wonderful game, to the point that I seriously believed I knew more than the referees. She was a ride or die
She was
during
a
those
ride or die.
times.
Yeah.
She was a real ride or die. Was criticizing everyone, referees to Brady's own teammates. She was wild. She was wilding sometimes.
Shout out to AB.
Put that shit on. We always had a special champions playlist for every drive on our way to the game. As a family, we always prayed for you, celebrated and supported you in every game, cheered every win, and suffered with every loss.
Ride or die. That's what you said.
Ride or die. Guys, you got to understand, when you are playing American football, it takes a lot of time out of your daily life. It's not a 9 to 5 game. It's not like football players, the ones with the foot, where they show up in the morning, train in the morning from 7 to maybe 1 o'clock every day, and then go home and then do it on a daily. Usually, football players start at 5, sometimes at 4,
In the morning.
watching in the morning. At least, let's put it this way, at New England. It's one of the things New England is known for. You start very early. And at a certain point, there was even a competition between him and the head coach. At least that's what was being said. Who will arrive earlier? But you gotta understand. So he would start at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, arrive at the clubhouse, work out, watch film, and go home at 8, 9 o'clock p.m. So those are long days. Imagine what kind of marriage that would be. It really would take a ride or die to stay so long with someone who's devoting his life to the game they love. So it wasn't easy, but I think the caption also tells you that it was a ride. That's what's the first thing she said. It was a ride. So here he announced his retirement. But then 40 days later, 40 days later, he was like, "Psych! I'm back, better than ever." He had a retirement of 40 days, guys. 40 days. The question is, what happened in those 40 days?
Sounds like a Bible story.
It sounds like a Bible story happening in slow motion.
Yeah. The Savior is here.
The Savior is back. What did you do? You guys thought I was gone? No, I'm here. Everyone was dancing on his grave, and he was like, "I'm not gonna let this happen. Not on my watch. Even if I have to crash dummy this relationship. Crash this relationship." But So basically, he he announced his on retirement, saying that he will be back for the 23rd season in Tampa Bay. In Tampa Bay, which is kind of crazy if you think about it. As a wife, you might have your thoughts about this, but at the end, it's Tom's life. He had to make a choice. Gisele was ecstatic about him basically coming back. RJ, what do you think about him realizing? Do you think actually that he might have realized some things during that retirement? Those 40 days? What went through his mind?
That's a very good question. And of course, it's all speculations. But what I recall is when how it all went down. I recall how it all went down. It wasn't Brady who broke the news that he would retire. Remember that? It was a
Yes,
reporter.
it was a reporter, yeah.
It was a reporter who said, breaking news. Sources close to the Brady family.
Grady team or Grady family or something
Brady
like that. Yeah.
family announced that Tom Brady would retire this season. And I believe, and I remember it was like 2 or 3 days that the reporters were like, the reporters and journalists were mad because they said, yeah, you took away a decision of his. I still believe, but that's just me, seeing as how he's someone who likes playing on his own terms. I believe that if he had gotten the opportunity to retire on his terms, that he wouldn't have come back. I might be wrong about this one, but this is what I truly believe. Because they took away something that's very important to him. You want to go out on your own terms. So who knows, KR? Maybe he was feeling like he didn't have like he didn't have control over his life, that people were deciding things for him. He was feeling like that already because of the way the whole announcement went down.
Hmm.
And he said, you know what? I'm gonna go for another 40 day, another season.
Another
I had
season.
40, I had 40, yeah. I talked about it with my ride or die wife. I shared the importance. I shared what it means to me to get back on the field and to keep winning. And he said, you know what? After 40 days, he was determined to get back. LFG. Let's
Yeah,
go.
that's his statement. Let's go. Let's beep beep go. That sounds like a Cinderella story, RJ. That's I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Could it be? It sounds great. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. Could it also be that in those 40 days, he realized that this marriage was over.
It's
And
also a
that
possibility.
and that maybe it's not worth staying unretired. And just because, guys, football is a very heavy sport. If you see what happens to these guys after their career, it's something that they are sacrificing their bodies for their families. So these are devoted guys. But could it be that he just realized, you know what? This is the end for the relationship. So I might as well leave it all on the field. Is that a
Perhaps.
possibility?
Definitely a possibility. And I can imagine he was thinking to himself, okay, I know for certain I want to die on a battlefield. Which one? I just need to pick out which one would be worth it. And then he said, well, I'm going to the NFL.
Do I want to get deleted on the field, or do I want to get deleted in my own home? No,
I'm like, oh,
no,
yeah, yeah,
no.
yeah.
But
That's all
as I,
speculation, of course.
that's all speculation, guys. We are basically trying to look into what, because that's this is the double thought show. We're trying to look into things from different angles, because what Archie already said, that sounds quite Cinderella like, but you might have realized that the marriage was over during those 40 days, and that it's a dead end. The woman he married might not be the one he thought he had married. We'll never know. If these people are two adults, they will go their separate ways, and we'll never know. And we'll never know. Chances are, we'll know.
We'll know.
We'll know. We'll know. We'll know.
Definitely.
Someone will spill the beans. Someone will be, and the one who will spill the beans is the one who got hurt. Usually. So we'll know. I think it, but Brady is someone very, I mean, you see that throughout his career. Guys who play at New England during that time, I mean, he's been working with Bill his whole life. So I don't think he will spill a lot, but time will tell, guys. Time will tell. But as I said already, basically slightly announced, they announced their divorce because after Brady basically said, I'm gonna restart the season, there were already some rumors going around that Gisele wasn't happy about this. Understandably, as I already described. You haven't been here in our marriage for 15 years. We agreed that you would stop, retire, because he's been asking for retirement for a while. So this wasn't the first time she actually wanted him to retire. She wanted him to retire already during his New England days.
Three rings ago.
3 rings ago. And now you're retiring, and then you're unretiring on my watch? Hold this one. Hold this ring. Hold this ring. I'm not gonna take this anymore from you, Tom. So she basically announced they announced they are divorcing, and it was Gisele who filed for the divorce. And they basically both released a statement saying, basically, I'm going to read the whole statement. It basically recaps their marriage. they have two wonderful children, and that they're going to be the center of the continuation of the relationship between the two, but also saying that it's very painful that they have to end this marriage. And of course, the usual sayonara. I hope they have a good life with whoever they are with, as long as they're not idiots that will influence my children to be idiots as well. I think deep in you never read that in the. I think it's deep in the heart, though, something like that.
It's deep
They
in the
never
heart,
put it
yeah.
on paper,
Between the
but
lines. It's
between the lines, I would say, if I go your way, I hope you have a good life. Well, that's not always, by the way. That's not always the case. Some of them might want to delete each other, but in this case, we had a good 13 years together, 15 years in total. And I wish you all the best. And we hope to continue the co-parenting so the kids can be productive citizens and not end up like Marquise Jackson.
Mm.
I had to put this one in. But, and of course, on the other side, you had Gisele basically saying the same. And she ends basically saying, I feel blessed for the time we had together and only wish Tom the best. Wish the best for Tom always. I think she was trying to, by asking him to retire, she was trying to protect the guy, because Tom is someone who loves the game of football a lot, and we don't see behind the scenes what happens. Whether maybe Tom is 44 now, guys. Maybe when he's waking up, it takes him 30 minutes to wake up. Well, not to wake up, to stand up and leave the bed. Because there are some documentaries I've seen myself about guys dealing with post-career injuries or post-career health problems. The knee is not working as well anymore, having multiple surgeries. So we don't know behind the scenes what happens. She's seeing the guy she loves, maybe struggling health-wise, and she wants to protect him. But, hey, man, Tom is like, I'm going to leave it all on the field. Tom also said in a couple of, in a podcast, he also said that he was really trying to fix the situation. But I guess Gisele was tired of this dude. And just wanted a divorce.
Yeah.
She was tired of it. Was this expected, RJ?
I didn't think when I heard the story that they would actually go through with it, because they were rumors. But apparently she had it sounds like an ultimatum, or at least they had an agreement. Let me put it like that.
Okay. Maybe he had this coming, though, because he broke it off with the pets, like we were old lover left us hanging.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe he had it coming. I'm not
This is
talking
not
from a
about
bad start.
this is not about you, KR. This is about the story. Let it go, man.
Maybe I like the guy, man. He helped us a lot, but he left us hanging when we needed them the most. But I guess he taught Gisele how to move on, and
Yes,
Gisele
so.
took notes. And look at him now. No, I'm just kidding, guys. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Come on, man.
Oh man. But like I said, Brady tried to fix the situation, and she said, "Nah, dude, this ain't it. We're not gonna. There's nothing here anymore. There's
So
nothing here anymore."
so when he asked, I mean, did he really? That's the question. Or was he just saying it that he would fix it?
Oh, you try to fix it. I think. What was it all too late? What was this relationship doomed to fail? That's a bigger question. If you have a marriage and the guy is basically the majority of the day and also in the weekend working, was it going to be till the end?
Well, um, it could have been till the end. And I must say that they look like a good couple when you look at the photos. So
Yeah.
usually you would think that that would be sufficient. But I guess not.
Guess not. Guess not. Life goes on. Life goes on, and so does this show. It was announced that they had an ironclad prenup. They had an ironclad prenup. Because of course both have wealth. These are people that have money, almost almost a billion together.
I think Giselle is richer, right? She has more money, I think.
Slightly before the marriage.
Uh,
Brady already has some other stuff in his back pocket, but we're gonna talk about that later.
okay.
He's going to level up for real, for real. Double up his money, like it's a scam. But he has something in his back pocket. But
Yeah.
yeah, so basically it was announced that they had the ironclad prenup. And it was also announced that both of them will have full access to kids. So for now, it's going to be a traditional co-parentship. Well, I don't know if it's that traditional. You can maybe tell me more about that. But it's going to be a co-parenting situation. They are going to both be in Florida, the state Florida, and be living there for the time being. And they will both have access to the kids because, as they say, Wu-Tang is for the children. Brady and Gisele is for the children. Is that a
Yeah.
traditional? Is that traditional? Is it usually different? Tell me, RJ, from your
I mean,
experience.
I don't know if it's traditional. Um, let's say it happens when you see it often when the parents divorce in an amicable way, then you see that sometimes a court can determine that co-parenting is the way to go. But in general, if the mother wants the kid or the kids, and she, let's say, wants sole custody, or she wants at least, maybe not sole custody, but she wants for the kids to stay at her house, then there's not much you can do um, as a father. So it is common in situations where both parents agree that a divorce is better for everyone involved, and that they are on speaking terms with each other. Other than that, the norm is that the kids stay with the mother.
Even if that mother is a user of supplements, of not supplements, supplements.
Well,
Jesus
he's
Christ.
she's taking vitamins. Kay?
Vitamin pills. Yes, she's taking. I cannot use the word. I don't know if we can get banned. So I'm using an alternative word. She's trying to use vitamins to stimulate her system.
Yeah. Medication.
Medication that doses you up.
Yeah. Well, there's
you have those things that do the both. You have the uppers and the downers, of course. So
So you have like the situations where so let's say, usually if there's a dispute, the child will almost always stay with the mother, unless the father can prove that the child is in better hands if he's with him, or actually the best option he has is if he can prove that the mother is not capable of taking care of the child. But you probably sense it already. The father needs to prove something, because the court. So there's a main rule, and the father needs to prove that the court would need to make an exception to the rule.
I have some thoughts, but I don't think I'm gonna.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Yes.
But I was shocked how fast the divorce got finalized.
Yeah, a couple of hours. Usually in Florida, it takes 20 days. They have a 20 days, let's say, time to think about the situation, but it was pushed through pretty fast. And you would ask yourself, maybe we can ask that question later, but it's a really good question to ask. How could it be that it went that fast? Of course, the kids are involved, but it's always about the money.
Dinero. Yes, the money.
Money. Like I said before, they have 733 million together, an empire. And that includes 20 million in property. 20 million in property. That's a lot. That's a lot of property that has to be split. But usually these things end up in fighting. We had a couple of months ago the case of a doctor, a physician, behind the boards, the music boards, Dr. Dre, who almost ended up in a coffin during his divorce. He almost ended up in a coffin. That's the kind of stress some people are dealing with.
Yo, I remember that like it was yesterday, man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And
He was dealing with that.
thank God he survived it, because if he didn't, he might not have been able to afford the coffin.
Dr.
Yeah.
Dre got ill during his divorce. His wife was claiming that the prenup wasn't. I don't know whether she said it wasn't applicable. I can't recall if it wasn't applicable or it was the signature was forced. There was something that she didn't agree with. Maybe you can look it up and tell us more about that later.
Yeah.
But he almost went out. At the end, he didn't, and they split up, and everything was settled. But yeah, we're talking about Gisele and Tom right now. These are the properties we are talking about. We have one in Montana, one in Costa Rica. They own in Manhattan. Is it Manhattan? Well, it's a New York City apartment. Oh man, they also own a Miami Indian Creeks Island. And not really long time ago, they started building a home.
I was just about to ask if that's a hospital.
Well, it's gonna be a bachelor pad after this one, so
It's gonna be, yeah, yeah.
it's gonna be well. He in the split of everything, he got this.
Okay.
So he
It's gonna have a lot of fun. it's gonna, it's gonna have a lot
no,
of
it's
fun.
a shame that we won't see those guys together. It's a
Yeah.
shame we'll never see AB
AB
and
and
TB12 together
who
because I
knows?
think AB would have turned this place upside down. Anyway, so
Yo, shout
so
out to AB, man. Shout
shout
out to
out to
Antonio
AB,
Brown.
man. Put that shit on. It's so catchy, that song.
Uh,
It's so catchy. It's a bad song, but it's very catchy.
it's sketch, yeah.
So this is all these properties they are dealing with. By the way, Gisele bought this modest, very modest home for 1.2. This is where she's gonna stay at.
It's a nice home
It's a nice home. Yes, 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 yes.
in Florida.
FL, yeah. FLA, Miami Beach,
Okay, Miami Beach.
near
Okay.
Miami Beach. So it's a nice place, man. It's a nice place. You gotta, and she has the money. Like I said before, Brady has something in his back pocket, and maybe he was looking at his situation. He's like, you know what? I got so apparently so from what the articles all say, he has 333 and she has the 400. That's how they combine the 733.
Okay,
So
okay,
she
okay.
has a little bit more money, but Brady has a plan. He's the man with the plan. It was announced not long ago, about a, a couple of months or right around the time he retired, right before he retired, that he had signed a 10 million, a 10-year, $375 million post-retirement deal with Fox.
Did you say post-retirement deal?
Post-retirement.
While he's playing.
Yes, it was.
He
It was
signed it while
signed.
he's playing. Yeah, he said.
It was signed while he was playing. So they're trying to lock him in,
Yeah, yeah. Uh,
and he's trying to
they
lock
wanna
out.
they wanna franchise tag him.
Franchise tag him before he gets a free agency.
Yeah, yeah.
So with this amount, he would have jumped up from 333 to almost 7. So he would be the big dog in the relationship.
Yeah, you would have approximately 60%.
He would have been the big dog. Maybe he doesn't want to be the big dog. He's been living off a Gisele for so long. I'm just kidding.
No, that's not it. No, I think no. Maybe what he thought was, hey, if I divorce now, we're more or less 50-50. So that means that right or left, we so I would need to pay, I would need to give some things probably, but not a lot. It's 50-50. But if I get this money, then I would need to pay more. And maybe that was also part of the consideration of him
Technically,
wanting.
that wasn't the consideration because she filed. So
Yeah, but maybe let's say we don't know
he's like I'm gonna unretire. So she gets mad and
maybe she gave him an ultimatum, and he saw that as a way out.
a challenge.
A quarterback sneak back to the NFL and watch everything unravel. Maybe I don't know. You know, it's oftentimes you hear that it's women that are the ones leaving the relationship.
Yeah.
But if you talk to women, they will say, so from their perspective, they will often say that it's because men do not have the courage to decide for themselves, which I found
Really?
yeah. That's I never heard of that, but that's something I've heard, like let's say from female friends. So when they agree that women are the ones breaking off relationships a majority of the time,
Okay.
but then they would say but their reaction to that is that it's oftentimes because the man, two things: either they've tried everything and to make it work, and let's say without success, and you can ask yourself what is meant with making it work. So I don't know exactly, so I can't say too much about that because it differs per situation, of course. But I've also heard that it's because they think that men, they are at least under the impression, and with they, I don't mean women in general, but my friends are under the impression that, yeah, you have to say these things now. Yeah, I'm not trying to get KaiR out here, but
Who is
but
they?
yeah, no,
No,
but
I'm just kidding.
no, but it's like no, but then they say it's because they're under the impression that men do not have the courage to cut ties themselves. So they oftentimes,
Are we talking about relationship or marriages in this case?
I'm talking about in this, it doesn't matter, both. So it's like
Well,
you want the relationship to end, the marriage is also a relationship. So, or at least there's the
those
relationship.
are two totally different situations, implications as well. If you're married and
Implications.
the high earner, of course you're scared.
Whoa, that's true.
Of course you're scared. And you don't have a prenup.
That's true. I give you that.
Of course you will be like, oh, I don't know.
I gave you that.
gonna
I
ride
give you
this
that.
one out till the grave. I don't want to see this one crash.
I give you that. And we're gonna watch. We have some videos lined up to
Yeah.
go through, and I believe one of those videos that is discussed.
Really?
That yeah,
Okay.
so the fear comes is in marriages because the men sometimes realize how much they have to lose, and it's they rather do happy wife, happy life than something else. But we'll get to that in a bit.
We'll get to that. Yes, yes. So,
Yeah.
so to bring it back to the topic itself, this divorce was finalized quite fast. As we said, in a couple of days. Usually it has to take 20 days. They have 20 days time to think about the situation. But as you can see, this case was all amicable. But even in this case, when the amicable divorce, it took a toll on Tom. Tom has been playing, let's say, mid, even though I have to admit at the same time the team he's playing with is not a perfect fit to his skill set. But still, the quarterback is the guy, so he has to make it work. That's the rule in American football. So he's not making it work. You can clearly see on the field, he seems kind of
Off.
not there, off. He
Yeah.
was at the beginning of the year throwing his tablet, breaking the tablet on the
Almost every
floor
game.
to the point they to the point NFL had to release a statement that they're not gonna they're not gonna let it happen anymore. You will be fined if you do that.
Wow, didn't know that.
Yes, yes.
I thought you were gonna say that the NFL. I thought what you were gonna say was that the NFL issued a statement saying that no tablets were hurt during the record.
Well, you gotta realize this. Those tablets that they have on the side, those are sponsored tablets. So
Mm.
basically, the sponsor is seeing
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
their
yeah.
product being trashed.
You're
You
playing with
cannot have that
people's
happen.
money, and
Yeah, yeah, that's
they're
not a
not
good
having it.
thing.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and and guys, as you know, NFL is the biggest league in the world when it comes to play that. F, FX sound again. Yes. Play it. The NFL is the biggest generator of money. One of the biggest, I think it's even the biggest one.
But I think that goes to show as well. So even because we just mentioned that the divorce got finalized within a couple of hours, and even so, you can see that you can notice that the divorce is causing disruption in Brady's game.
Yep.
Imagine if he didn't have a prenup.
What if we ended like Dr. Dre on a stretcher?
The stretcher.
We
Wait,
started. We
doesn't he
started the
have a song?
story.
Doesn't
Oh,
Dr.
okay.
Dre have a song with? Yeah, yo, he has a song with Eminem, I believe. Um, yeah, I'm about to lose my mind. It's called Doctor, I guess, and on the
Oh,
it's Eminem and Haley something. No, not Haley. I forgot her name, but with a
okay.
singer and the in the video, Dr. Dre is lying down on an operating table. Seriously, man.
Oh man.
Seriously.
Oh,
And
it's
the
such a shame
song
we
really
cannot
says,
share.
"I need a doctor." But
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I never was an Eminem guy, so you're the Eminem guy for us, or was it?
or maybe it was a. I think it's a Dr. Dre. Maybe it's a Dr. Dre joint. I need to
Who
check.
cares? I don't listen
Okay.
to Eminem songs.
So Eminem, yeah, Eminem. Yeah.
I'm not an Eminem guy. Never was,
It
but
doesn't have songs. He
what?
has tracks though.
Yeah,
Give him his
that is true.
respect,
He
man.
doesn't make
Yeah,
songs.
no, he
He
makes
doesn't make
tracks.
songs.
Yeah.
If you want to delete your... No,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm not going to share my thoughts on Eminem. Otherwise, people will try to cancel me in the comments. But yeah, so like I said, the divorce was finalized quite fast, guys. 2 days. Not they didn't drag it out. They didn't have to drag it out. It shows you that having a equal, almost equal amounts of wealth has its advantages during these times. And of course, maybe also having good communication, having a prenup. What do you think, RJ? Which
I
one
think,
was, which one of the three could have been, or all three? I don't know.
yeah,
What
I
are
would
your thoughts
say,
about it?
yeah. So I would say, most importantly would be the prenup, definitely, because good communication is good, and but you can also say, while you're communicating in a great way, I hear you, but I don't agree with you. I think I need more money, or I think I should have the house. So it's not only communication. And what was the third one? Yeah,
Having equal, almost equal
yeah,
amounts
equal
of,
equal amounts can help. That can definitely help if you have, like, if you both have money, because you then it's like, yeah, but who's gonna support who? But at the same time, what the prenup does is, and the other two factors do not, is that the prenup prevents discussions, because you've already laid down the conditions uh, of your divorce beforehand. So that's something that the prenup does, that communication and
well, I think you might have a point there. But this is my, so you're a practicing lawyer,
yeah.
for those who didn't know. I'm a nobody. Or maybe I'm somebody, but let's say in this case, I'm a nobody.
Yeah, hey, you need
I
to go
do.
listen to my thought of the day, my random thought of the day, man. Because you need the if you're gonna make statements like that, you need the advice.
I do disagree with you on that fact, but
Okay,
because
share your thoughts.
because so I do agree with you. The prenup helps, but I think what also is a major part of this being amicable is their equal amounts. Because how many times do you see prenups have been signed, sealed, and yet people enter the court and try to fight that prenup because they're trying to cash in on your back.
Siete dinero. Yeah, yeah. Well, you always have the right to start a court case. You always have the right
Okay. Okay.
to go to court. No one can take away that right. However, if you go to court, you need to be able to prove that you are in the right. It's going to be difficult to prove that you don't agree with something that you signed. So, with or without a prenup, you can still go to court. Even with equal amounts, um, you can still go to court. Now, like I said, the equal amount protects the parent that does not need to pay child support. Majority of time, that's the father.
Okay.
It protects him to a certain extent. It doesn't mean that he probably would still need to pay something, but you can have it under control. I do agree with you that if the difference is big, then you would need to pay more child support or alimony, child support, etc. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Fair
I
game.
so yeah.
Fair game.
Listen,
Fair
I'm
game.
a
I had
listen.
to push back. I had to push back.
Yeah,
You,
yeah.
you think because you're the expert that I'm gonna leave you talking crazy out here? I got to push
No,
back.
yeah, you can push back. You can push back, but
I don't
yeah,
know
I'm
if
just saying, and that's something KR. That's something I always tell clients. Um, I understand, I'm a lawyer, I understand law. I know what's better legally, but what's better legally isn't always convenient in, let's say, in practice. I'll give an example. Let's say you have someone working in the construction industry. The construction industry is one of the most volatile sectors there is. It's just one of the most volatile. There's always discussions. There's always disputes. Always, every day, everything.
companies going bankrupt left and right as well. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Now there are ways that you can limit your risks. The main way is to write things on paper. If you make an agreement, if for example you want to change the design, you want to change, you change your mind and you agree to something different, you need to do it in writing. A majority of the time that doesn't happen because you're working, you get the instruction, you change it, right? So I know legally that the best thing would be to do is to tell, let's say if you're the one performing the construction work and someone comes in and or the owner or the people who assigned the assignment to you comes in and tells you, hey, listen, contractor, you need to change this. I know that legally what you have to do is let that person write it down, no matter how small it is, because legally that would make your position better. Oftentimes they don't do it because they don't have a pen. They're working, they're dirty, they have their hands are dirty, but they're working with cement and other raw materials. So it's like, yeah, Mr. Lawyer, we understand what you're saying, but it's not, in practice, it's very difficult to apply. So I would say the same goes for this situation. The best thing to do legally, and I will always say it, is to have a prenup. That will always be the best thing to do. Is it always a convenient thing to do? We'll talk about that later. Later in a bit, we'll talk about why people choose not to proceed with a prenup despite all the horror stories. I said horror, right? Okay. So I'm just checking. But that's different. Yeah. So we'll discuss it in a bit. But legally, it's always better to have a prenup.
Clear. But not everyone thinks this way.
Okay, I'm
Not
curious.
everyone thinks this way. And there are some people out there who really disagree with you with the legal way of doing things. Gonna start with Steve.
Uncle Steve, say it
Uncle
ain't so.
Steve. Mr. Mustache. The big dog.
Mm-hmm.
What's his daughter's name or stepdaughter's name again?
Lori Harvey.
Lori Harvey. Man eater. Well, she is. I mean, I'm not lying, right, guys?
Yeah,
But
son, father.
let's keep it to this guy. I mean, he's a known comedian and also presenter. No. I'm just kidding. Well, I'm kidding, but let's come to focus. Let's try to focus. Steve is out here. He's a known. He has been known to be anti-prenup.
Yeah.
And he's sitting here in his show. I don't know if this Stray Dog show. I don't follow Steve, but I happen to find this. Well, you happen to find this one.
Yeah.
and you thought it would be a great addition to this
To contribute to the
to
discussion.
this discussion. So let's start to look at what Steve thinks about prenups.
Listen to this. Actor and wrestler John Cena recently split from ex-fiancee Nikki Bella. He made her sign a
What do you think he made her sign? They weren't married. They're gonna live together.
They signed a prenup, or they signed a what's it called? Contract for cohabitation, something like that.
Something like that. Okay. Let's listen.
formal contract from ex-fiancee Nikki Bella. He made her sign a formal contract before they moved in together in 2013. It stated that if they ever broke up, she would have to leave the premises immediately. Are relationship prenups a good idea?
I say yes.
We have someone who agrees with relationship prenups.
Does she though? Look at her face. Is she trying to play a game?
You think she's trying to finesse somebody?
I have no idea. You have to
Let's
play
see.
a game. But let's see. She is so she's pro prenup. Leave the premise right away. Walk of shame 2.0.
I think that they're a really good idea. I mean, by the time that you get to the point where you don't want to be with each other anymore, you want it to go as smoothly as possible. And at this point, you can pull out that piece of paper and be like, this is yours, this is mine, and you can separate in a nice, amicable way. At least that's what you hope. I don't know. If I'm done.
Sounds kind of logical.
Sounds logical.
How you described it moments earlier.
Yeah.
But of course, there are people that don't look the same way. They don't believe it in that. And we're going to see the next part.
Done with someone, I'm done. I don't want any of this. Take it. I'm out. I think if you have a prenup or if you have some sort of contract, you're already going into the relationship with an expiration date. You're thinking, I'm gonna break up with you.
That's a way to look at it.
Yeah. I'll save my comments for afterwards.
Okay.
This wasn't a prenup, though. This was a contract that he put in front of her, 46 pages, that says, if we're going to break up, you are out the door.
If you break up, you're always out the door. What is she talking about? But anyway.
Ladies, your strongest weapon is your intuition. If somebody's handing you a contract on day one saying, if it don't work, your ass is out the door, your ass needs to be out the door on day one.
I'm gonna rewind that one. What did she say? Did you guys hear what she said?
The door.
Up with you.
This wasn't a prenup, though. This was a contract that he put in front of her, 46 pages, that says, if we're going to break up, you are out the door. Ladies, your strongest weapon is your intuition. If somebody's handing you a contract on day one saying, if it don't work, your ass is out the door, your ass needs to be out the door on day one.
I agree. I don't
Yeah.
Are we serious?
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. What I do notice is that so you have three people on the couch with three different way of thinking. One of them seems to be pro. The other one, because and her reason is because that would make a possible exit less complicated. The second one was against it, but her reasoning was because a prenup is a plan B. Let's say it's like entering a relationship with a plan B, and prenup. In this case, they're talking about pre-marriage contracts. and she doesn't think that you should enter a relationship with a plan B in mind. And the third one is definitely against. Well, I don't know if she's against prenup, to be honest, because she's talking about pre-marriage contracts. Because and she said it as well. She said, "Yeah, but we're not." Before she went in, she said, "Yes, but we're not talking about prenups. We're talking about pre-marriage contracts." So it's still unclear to me if she's against prenups or pre-marriage contracts. But that's what I've gathered.
Let's speculate. I know that's something lawyers don't like to do. Speculate. But let's speculate in this case. Do you think she thinks differently about prenups?
No, but that's not the point right now.
Okay. Let's continue. Just wanted to make a point, but you guys understand my point, I guess. Let's continue. You want anything to say? Do I have to continue?
No. Let's proceed. Let's proceed with the film.
Okay.
I don't even understand what's going on.
This is a 46-page contract.
46 pages?
You know, it's a funny thing. I agree. If you go into it with the idea that it's going to end, let me tell you something. I don't know a single person that has a prenup that ain't had to use it.
That is a flawed argument. That's a flawed argument. I don't know anybody with a prenup that didn't have to use it. I know a lot of people without a prenup that wanted to use it. It's a flawed argument.
I don't know anyone. I'm not gonna use that analogy.
No, that's
I
not
want to
it.
use it. I want to use it so bad.
I think I know what you want to use, though. No.
I want to use it so bad.
When we have our
Patreon.
when we finally have our Patreon,
Or so, what's the other?
locals.
That's
When we have
locals,
our locals
locals.
community, then we'll go more raw. But
Oh man, I want to use that analogy so bad right now. And you know, you know me pretty well, so
yeah,
you already know
I'm
where I
pretty
was
sure.
going.
I'm pretty sure where you're going.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
But that's not all. Steve has another part of this thought.
A single person that has a prenup that ain't had to use it. She said, you're preparing for failure. It's like having a plan B.
Yeah, it's your.
Was it a bad idea to have a plan B?
That's a good question, actually.
When was it a bad idea? When was it a bad idea to have a plan B? I have to say,
That's a good point.
I'm about to drop a joke right here, guys. I'm announcing it, so you're ready. And this is the reason why RJ tries to silence me sometimes. No, I'm just kidding.
You can say whatever you want, man.
What I'm trying to say is, when has someone Roe versus Wade is up, so you better have a plan B. Steve, you have a flawed argument out here, bruh. I'm sorry.
But that's a very
Need a plan B.
well, yeah.
At least in that case.
It's semantics, because some people will say, no, you should only have a plan A, you shouldn't have a plan B. But in reality, is no matter what you do, if it's a game, if it's a business, whatever, you have your goals, but you need to pivot, because you might think things will go a certain way, but they will go a different way.
So I'll use a PC analogy. I'm not gonna use the one I had in my mind.
Okay.
And this is our seatbelts a plan B?
That's a good one because you don't plan to crash.
Double thought.
That's a good one. That's a good
You
one.
guys, I'm giving out free. How did Hafeez said free game?
Free game
Giving out free game, guys.
and expensive suits.
Well, no, I don't have expensive suits now.
No, but
I might have to switch it up.
Uh,
I have to switch it up. But guys, a seatbelt is your plan B. You're not planning to crash the car, but you better be strapped in case the car crashes. Or you get hit, you get rear-ended. You better have your seatbelt on.
That's a good one. A parachute is a plan B. A life raft is a plan B.
Who you
That's
know,
a good, yeah.
double thought, man. I
Double
have to use
thought.
that as a. I
That's
have to use that as a punchline, man. Double
Yeah,
thought, like
double
Sean
thought.
Price did.
Yeah, double thought.
Double thought. But hey, man, this is what it is. These people go in without a seatbelt, hoping not to crash.
Yeah.
Good luck, cause luck
Luck
you
you
will
will-
need.
Yeah.
See, people
And it-
kill me with that. A
I
plan
used to
B
think like
is
that.
ridiculous. If you have a plan B, how can you possibly expect A to work
Yeah,
if
exactly.
you don't put your all
Yo, if you don't use my analogy, that doesn't make any sense what he's saying.
into A?
You have to go into that relationship 100% committed, not thinking, okay, if it doesn't work out, this is what I'm going to do. You know, if it doesn't work out, then fine. I'm out of here. I don't want any of this.
And
I'll
by
go
the
shopping
way-
and buy new furniture.
Right, right. And if it
That she just basically said the relationship is like her partner is like a furniture.
No.
She said, wait a second. Let me spin
No.
that one back, man. Let's
I don't
circle the block.
I don't think.
Or am I taking her stuff out of context
I think you are. But let's play it again to
on
see.
purpose? Am I
Guys
doing
in
it
the
on
chat, let
purpose,
us
guys?
know. Let us know if KR is interpreting what she's saying
Let's see
correctly.
what she's saying.
Doesn't work out, then fine. I'm out of here. I don't want any of this.
And
I'll
by
go
the
shopping
way-
and buy new furniture.
right, right. And if it doesn't work out, I hope that you would treat me accordingly. There are plenty of women who have busted their butts for their men. They have put into that relationship. Why is it that after 5-10 years, a relationship doesn't work? You're going to throw me out of the house? No, I'm keeping the house, the car. I'm keeping that.
There you have it.
She wasn't
Plan B.
talking about the prenup, but she's talking about the prenup now.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked the question earlier. Do you think she's talking about the prenup or is she talking about the This doesn't make any sense if it's a pre-marriage contract, what she's saying.
That's true.
You don't own anything.
That's true. Yeah, she went on a prenup. But can
She
you play
switched
it?
on the prenup part.
Can you start like when she started to talk?
Then
And
I'll
by
go
the
shopping
way-
and buy new furniture.
Right, right.
By the way, she did compare her partner.
No, I don't think so. I think what she's saying is that buy new furniture for her new apartment. That's what I think she's saying.
Oh, okay.
Because you can't compare it to a man and say you will buy it. So it's two things. It has to be that she's gonna shop for furniture for her new place or something. That's what I think she is.
Really? My Larry David face.
That's what I think.
Anyway, let's continue. So
Right. And if it doesn't work out, I hope that you would treat me accordingly. There are plenty of women who have busted their butts for their men. They have put into that relationship. Why is it that after 5-10 years, a relationship doesn't work? You're going to throw me out of the house? No, I'm keeping the house, the car. I'm keeping everything. Your ass is leaving the house.
Amen.
girl power. Dude, it's like I'm Some call me the Oracle.
Yeah,
Well, now that we got that out the way, let's move on.
that's enough. We have before we continue, we have LW. Shout out to LW, one of our most loyal followers, saying she says she won't take any. So okay, so I think she's referring to what we're talking about, the furniture. She's saying that she won't take any furniture they share together, but will buy new furniture. So she wouldn't. She won't have any. She doesn't want anything to do with. Yeah.
He's keeping the leftovers.
Yeah. You see, that's why we can decipher these things. Yeah. But it makes sense. It makes sense.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I looked into it the wrong way.
At least my guess was closer, though. You went.
Yeah, I guess so. I went left. I swung for the fences, and it went total football.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anyway.
Thank you, LW, for your comment.
So, what do you think about that? That one.
A couple of things that come to mind. Because let's say it's always good to hear the arguments, and what the women are saying is that if you read between the lines, is that they want a certain level of security, especially the last woman saying that, yeah, I've busted my butt off for 10 years, and now you're gonna put me out of the house without anything. So I think what that alludes to is a level of certainty. So I think, and the point is, it's not the prenup that's the problem, the prenup in itself, but the agreements in the prenup. Because a prenup, let's say, that's why it's important for both parties to have
their own
lawyers when signing an agreement and or a prenup, because what you agree to today will have effect tomorrow. And I do think, but that's like moral ethical, you need to, a good prenup is a prenup in which parties get out with a win-win situation, or at least they lose equally. Let's put it like that. So
I was about to say, probably lose is a better way to put it.
It's a lose, but then it's equal, or at least not equal. I don't like the word equal. It's more proportionate, let's say, to the situation. If someone has been there for you for 10 years, and that person, let's say it doesn't have to be maybe half, because that's why you have a prenup, but I do think that in certain situations, I do think that certain situations merit a compensation of some sorts. Can be alimony or whatever, but that's what I believe.
That's if you're a ride or die. Well, technically, if you sign it already, it doesn't matter. But
you're riding and dying by that contract.
Yeah. One thing I have to say though, because she said she was talking as if she's the only one pouring in to the marriage or relationship. I think it should be a two-way, right? The guy is also putting. It's not like the guy is sitting at home.
Yeah, no,
doing nothing or not adding anything to the relationship.
No.
Well, at least I hope. I hope it doesn't. But majority of the time, I always have to. You got to look at things on both sides, of course, because I guess the guy is always putting something into the relationship. It's not only her.
Yeah. I always say that you can compare apples and oranges, and what men bring to the table and what women bring to the table are oftentimes different. So you can't compare. This is what I believe. I believe you can't compare. Let's say, I did the dishes 2 times and you only did it once, because maybe the other person didn't do the dishes, but that person did something else. So if and also think to a point, if you're reaching the level of counting tit for no, it's not. I don't think that's the recipe. Shout out to AB. I don't think I don't think that's the recipe for a healthy relationship. So, but yeah, it's what you said. Oftentimes, the person who feels hurt, will also feel like she's been screwed over, and then you will forget all the things that he did in this case, and only look at what you did.
You are working at Foot Locker before we met. Now you're gripping the wood grain of a foreign.
Yeah.
Now you wanna anyway.
Yeah.
Let's not go there. So we have another video for y'all. This next video, which talks also about prenups. Was basically released a couple of weeks ago by the channel of Valuetainment
Money.
Valuetainment Money, part of the Valuetainment channel network.
Yeah, the brand.
Which is basically the channel that is run, or let's say the main head guy is Patrick Bet David.
Yes.
But in this show, this is basically a show that is being run by, I forgot the guy's name, just had a blackout.
Sosnick.
Yeah.
Sosnick.
Yeah.
I forget his name.
Kind of a Polish name, if I not remember.
Yeah.
But they had 3 people there. Coach Greg Adams, Hafeez Baoku. What did you say?
I said Adam Sosnick is his name.
Adam Sosnick, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no problem. That's what you had Hafeez Baoku from the Roommates, also the Standard.
Maybe you can show it with your cursor.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. He's in the suits. He's the suit guy, the swanky guy. Striped suit, chest hair showing. Well, I don't know, but I think he's trying to be the Miami guy out here. This is on the right side. You have Coach Greg Adams, and you have Ellie Ray, and this is Adam.
Yeah.
And Hafeez is how would you call it? He's a man improvement expert in a sense.
He brands himself like that. So he both Coach Crack, which is the one all the way to the right in all black, and Hafeez are in the manosphere, in the man improvement business. So they both give tips and advice to men so they can become better people, but of course according to their philosophies, their way of looking at life and the meaning of it.
Okay, clear. So now you have the introduction. Let's start to play the video. Hafeez, well, not Hafeez. They are talking about prenups.
Did you get a prenup when you got married?
No, and I
didn't.
I'll explain to you guys why. So I think, and I talked about this. I love the prenup conversation. I think it's important.
Mm-hmm.
There's 3 reasons why I didn't get a prenup. But the first reason is I actually believe prenups are good and bad. They're good because they protect you. They're bad because they don't protect you enough. What I personally believe is something.
That's a flawed argument.
I hate to 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 pull out my analogy again, but I mean, it's a great analogy. I have to put
That's
it
a
back.
very good analogy,
The seatbelt helps you
but doesn't help you
a lot of
enough.
time, but doesn't help you enough. So I might as well not use it. I might. Oh no, I'm not gonna say what just went through my mind. Hey, did you see? I did this.
Yo. Yeah.
You might gamble with your life.
Yeah, gamble with your life. Yeah.
R.I.P. Takeoff, man.
Rest in
Anyway.
peace, man. Rest in
R.I.P.
peace.
Takeoff.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's protecting you, but it's not protecting you enough. So you might as well don't put the seatbelt on. Let's see what else he has to say about this.
Something which I did research about this called a marriage contract. You may not like this, but please give this to me. How many kids you have?
3.
So let's say Ali married her man and she said she wanted 3 kids, right?
Yep.
She gets married, she wants 3 kids. All of a sudden,
prior to
marriage,
okay, gotcha.
he agreed. She said, honey, I want 3 kids. Is that cool with you? He said, of course, baby, you want 3 kids. We're gonna have 3 kids. She's married. 5 years into it. Hey, when are we having our kid? Next year. When are we having our kid? Next year. It's year 8. He's like, I don't want any kids anymore. Should she stay in that marriage? He agreed, and she both agreed that we were gonna have 3 kids. That's why she married him. When it was time to have kids, he changed his mind. Well, I don't want kids anymore. Should she stay in that marriage? Let's go on the guy's side, because the red pill guys love when guys are being the victim.
Stop it. This no. So you don't need a contract to leave a marriage if you don't get what you want. No one's gonna look at a contract if you decided that you don't want kids, or the other one decided you don't want that. So the other side decided that he or she doesn't want kids. You just leave. It's not binding. You cannot force. You cannot go to court and enforce pregnancy of your wife.
Yeah, this is crazy if you think about it.
Yeah.
If you actually go, but so the way he's thinking is you have to put it in the contract. This is like, so basically you're putting in the contract. Okay, we have to do the 1, 2 to. It's I don't know.
Yeah.
This sounds kind of nuts to me.
It's different.
But
yeah.
it's
That's the
different. Yeah, maybe different is the right word these days. Before I disrespect nuts as well, they try to cancel me for disrespecting nuts.
Yeah.
Anyway,
You have allergies.
let's continue.
Yeah.
So you're a man, and in your marriage, you agreed that we're gonna have sex, let's say twice a week. That's
an agreement.
I'm just saying
That's a verbal contract.
We're
wife.
agreeing that we
Hitting it
get
twice
in
a week.
at least twice a week. All of a sudden, she's like, I'm not in the mood anymore. She's like, oh, now I'm on my
That
period.
won't be all of a sudden. That'd be almost immediate. But go ahead.
Okay, and then months into it, right?
Greg is sharp out here. Greg is, but that sounds crazy though. Are you gonna put so we're going from putting in the contract how many babies you have to how many times a week you want to have sex.
Yeah. I mean,
It
yeah.
sounds like
A wish list.
Tell me.
You can put a wish list. I mean, the agreements are not binding. Again, you cannot go to court and enforce intercourse. You can't do it. So it's just an agreement. What you can do is, let's say for yourself, have something laid down on paper where it states that, let's say, what you guys want. But that I would regard it more as let's say a couple goals, couple goals. So You come together, you sit together, you talk, and then you define couple goals. And then, hey,
Don't hashtag it.
you don't hashtag it, and you need to have a plan B as well. Because maybe you think you want 3 kids, but then both parties, both people find themselves in, let's say, very high demanding jobs, which causes them to have limited time for children. So then they settle for one, or perhaps the mother or the man or the woman cannot reproduce, and so is that an infringement of a contract? No. So you can call it a contract if you want to, but the 2 points that Hafeez is bringing is talking about now, can it be regarded as a contract? You can call it a contract. A contract is basically something that has agreements in it. So this document would have agreements in it, but would this document be enforceable by law? At least the two topics brought forward by Hafeez are not enforceable by law. So you're saying that the prenup doesn't provide protection, but then, so you don't put the seatbelt on, but you do put on a belt buckle, and you want the belt buckle to protect you more than the seatbelt. Doesn't make sense.
No, I don't know if it's a belt buckle or you're tying yourself to the seat with a rope.
This gives you a false sense of protection, because this doesn't protect you it doesn't protect you against anything.
Andre, if you would write this contract down, if let's say Hafeez is telling you, I want to, let's go by his logic. Let's say if you're really negotiating a contract, wouldn't you? And I don't agree with this point, but let's say for the sake of
the discussion, yeah.
For the discussion, you're writing down an contract which says you have to have 2 days a week sex with your significant other. Would you, as a lawyer, put a small part to that? If it's 3, I get a bonus.
As a smart lawyer wouldn't even write it down. Because it's borderline something else.
This is pure prostitution. Let's use the word.
Sex for money.
What it is.
Sex for money. A smart lawyer would not write it down. Wouldn't even write it.
So you're trying to tell me that whoever wrote this down for him, no, he didn't write it down for him. Let's put it that way. Do not put it on him. If he presents this to any lawyer, the lawyer will look at him crazy, like, dude, are you serious? It's basically all the reaction. You just say?
I think maybe someone would write it down, but
a finesser.
Maybe. I mean, look, you can write it. I wouldn't write it down. I wouldn't draft that contract in a million years. I wouldn't draft that contract in a million years. But I guess you can draft it just as long as you give the disclaimer of, let's say, give a disclaimer of the actual power or the lack thereof, power and enforceability of the contract. Because again, you cannot enforce pregnancy nor sex. You can't. it's almost
Oh,
ridiculous that I
man.
have to say it like this, but you can't enforce it. So yeah. So what he's talking about?
People get locked up for enforcing stuff like that, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, definitely. So what I think is it's what I think is funny is that he is against prenups,
That's just what the show is about.
but then comes with an alternative, which is basically a weak prenup, which is basically a wannabe prenup that you can't even enforce. So if it's truly about love, why would you even draft a marriage contract? Doesn't make sense.
Going raw.
Right.
Pause.
Yeah. Man.
Anyway, let's continue.
Right?
Yeah.
She says, "Well, I only want to have sex once every 6 months." Should he stay there? You both agreed initially, like, "Yo, we're gonna do this consistently," and now he's getting it. Should he stay there? So to me, what's very important about the marriage is that before you get into it, both of you guys need to agree upon everything. This is where I think the nuance in the evolution. Agree on.
Wait, I can't. Yeah, could you repeat it?
That I don't disagree with.
Regarding,
you have to agree on together on a lot of things.
Yeah, I said me neither. I do. Yeah, you can't agree on everything, but
Well, let's put it this way: you have to at least talk about the things, the goals you both have. Of course, you have to be compatible with each other.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Patrick. We're not gonna say you gotta put it on a writing in a contract.
Yeah. I mean, again, as couple goals, you can always you can do everything. Patrick by David. Or I've heard him tell the story oftentimes that he was saying that he was going out. He was tired of going out and he decided to settle down. And he had 3 candidates to settle down with, and I think he gave all 3 the same book. But if maybe I could have that wrong, but at least he gave at least one. So his now wife, then girlfriend, one of those books, and it said, and the book is called 101 Questions to Ask Yourself Before You Get Engaged. And in that book, you have 101 thought-provoking questions that also provoke discussions, conversations amongst partners. And I think, to help reach one common vision. But I wouldn't call it a contract. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because you're describing basically your life together, your common goals. And I think a goal might be to have sex as often as possible, but I don't think you can put a number to it. It's not
feasible.
It's not feasible.
It's not feasible. Imagine that. Imagine you put that on the paper.
I can't. It's crazy.
Yeah, dude. Betty, it's written down here.
You are breaching the contract.
You're breaching the contract. Get up. Get down right now.
No, man.
Oh, man. This is horrible. It's a horrible take. But let's continue.
On everything, so the woman's protected as well as the man is protected. And so to me, that's what me and my wife did before we got married. We talked about everything. every single scenario, every single thing. Me, I'm not a money guy. I'm not motivated by money. So therefore, the money, like I'm different. Everyone knows me. I'm not a money guy. So you can have all the money. I have my brain. I can start from ground zero. I'll build the money back up. I don't mind money. But to me, because it's another argument that we can talk about later, is that the
Cap. That's a lie, man.
We are talking here about a guy who has his YouTube channels. He's a content creator.
He works hard.
He works hard.
He works very hard, and
He has
he's
a business.
He's a very ambitious person.
Ambitious guy. He has a suit. The suit he's wearing is his own suit. But come on, man. You're trying to tell me a businessman is not about money? Why start a business then?
Yeah, I think what he's saying. I'm trying to think for him. I'm trying to make sense of what he said. Could be that what he's saying is that because he says that even if
it takes half, doesn't matter.
You want the money, I'll give you the money. As long as I have my brains, I can get everything back. Which is it's definitely look. It's a good way of thinking, but why cause unnecessary damage? Again, you can also pay her, and let's say if there's a divorce, you can also pay her and keep a great part of your business. Why would you start from scratch? But he's talking about giving everything. I don't think first of all, I don't think he's being honest. I think he thinks that he's being honest, but he's not. And now that they are, when you're married, it's easy to talk. But if you get a divorce, or if let's say if you're in a bad place in your life, I bet you'll think differently. If the person is not contributing to your growth, for example, if the person is constantly bringing negative energy to your goals, and he's a very ambitious person. You have to give credit where credit is due. And at some point, I bet you wouldn't think, you know what? You've been Debbie downing me for 2 years. Here, 50%. That's not how it goes. You'll think I've reached this despite you trying to bring me down. So it's not.
It's a flawed way of thinking.
It's a very flawed way of thinking.
You never know if you're you never know if you had what you built was the only chance you're going to build anything to be successful.
Yeah.
That might be the only thing you have. So it's kind of arrogant to say that, technically, if you look at it from that perspective.
Well, I also see it, so maybe I'm arrogant, I guess.
Maybe you're arrogant.
I also think that way. I also think that I have
build it, but
I can build it up. Yeah.
Maybe you're out of luck. You're down on your luck. Maybe the ideas you have in the future were not gonna work. Who knows? But always protect yourself at all times. Don't get punched in the crotch area. Let's put it that way.
No. Yeah.
the kids is a whole different conversation. Kids are more wealth than money. So I was more obsessed with children than money because end of the day, like I said, we can talk about that later. But so to me, in regards to losing money, I don't care about losing money. Take whatever you want. If worst case scenario things happen. But by having a marriage agreement, both of you guys understand what's expected of you. And if one person obviously breaks this agreement, both families know. So if she wants a certain amount of kids and I say I don't want it anymore, then her family knows though, yo, Hafeez, you promised my daughter this, you didn't give it to her. So it makes sense that this marriage is no.
So is this we all understand what a prenup is, all right? Like it's signed, lawyer, date, bing, 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 bing. What is a marriage contract?
So
is it a verbal agreement? Is it a written agreement?
It can be.
You're saying that the families know each other?
Yeah.
What do you think is a marriage contract? Before he explains it. What do you think is his angle on this one? Have you seen the video, by the way, on its full?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay.
No, I haven't. I was zoned out. But so your question is, what is he going to say? What I think he's going to say?
Yeah, what do you think is a marriage contract? Or what his statement will be? Because they are leading to it. Or do you say just continue? Who cares what he thinks?
Yeah, I don't think.
Let's not guess. Let's listen to him.
Yeah, because it's very flawed. Let's just continue.
This is the inner lawyer in you saying, I'm zoning out. Only this.
Yeah,
what is that exactly?
It can be one of three things, right? It can be written between you and this individual, which is the least ideal. The second ideal is you can actually get a mediator or a legal arbiter to actually sign this for you. So therefore, like in the worst case scenario, if you go to court, this is now a legal document, right? So this is a legal document that can be able to be proved in court. But I know a lot of the red pill guys don't like the idea of marriage being controlled by the state. And if you look at a lot of traditional Eastern societies, marriage is really agreement between families. So to me, I think it's really about the families agreeing to this and the families being aware of expectations on both sides. So therefore, there's family accountability, because what's problem in the West is there's no accountability. Like you say, if the wife...
Dude, we agree mostly on all of these things. You understand what's going on here. When you're talking about these marriages and business contracts and family, this is where we agree. And unfortunately, we get into the romance and the feelings part of it, which feelings do change, right? 100%. Your feelings changed about me about a minute ago. People change, and thus,
life changes, right?
Thus, though, the marriage contract doesn't change with the state. So you have to have those things understood and be in the proper position.
Okay, so let me just paint a picture here. So I was married very briefly. Okay,
divorced.
But I had a prenup. Yeah, but the entire, without throwing myself under the bus here, she needed to expedite the marriage, you know what I'm saying, in order to.
Yeah, I got it.
So I said, I got you, baby. I love you, but you have to sign and date here, and these are the expectations I've had if I do this for you. And it wasn't like a marriage built to last. It was I'm here for a good time, not a long time type of situation. You could read between the lines here if you know what I'm saying. Okay, got it. But we're still cool. Shout out to you, Lauren, if you're watching. All good. But better believe that I had a prenup in that situation. So that's when I was in my early 30s. Now in my early 40s, life's even better. Money's good, career's good, still in shape, still what you would call sexual market value peak. All right. Shout out to Rolo, who basically did a whole calculation. I'm in the 0.13% of men. I'm like, okay, my ego's pretty big already. Boom. Now I just got an inflated ego. Thanks, Rolo. Boom. So life's good. But I had a conversation with a girl recently who's what I would.
KR. Could you pause it for a minute? Yeah. Do you understand what he just said with regards to his marriage?
You mean the long time, the I'm here for a fun time, not a long time? That part?
Yeah. Did you get the what he was saying? Did you get the basis for the marriage?
Was he trying to get a U.S. citizenship?
I believe so. Yeah, I believe so.
I thought so as well, but I'm not sure. But
yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, and in a situation like that, you have to have a prenup. But I think so. There are rules against that, so you can't. So they really control if you are living as a married couple, of course. You know, you have organizations.
They check your marriage contract, right? They check your marriage contract.
They don't even have a file for marriage contract. It goes straight to the recycle bin.
They see the behind. Sir, you have here written down that you have 2 times a day sex. But I see nothing, no cross behind it.
No checks.
No checks. Sir, I don't think this is going to work because
you left. Continue.
you left that marked, and that's the only thing we look at here.
I was gonna say.
Anyway,
pun intended. You left the box unchecked.
That's the only thing we're checking, sir. Are you consuming this one, or are you being consumed?
Yeah.
Anyway, let's continue. Adam is explaining his situation.
Very high value woman. Now, let's put it that way, okay? And we're saying, all right, if we ended up ever together, I would want a prenup. No. I'm not down for a prenup, was what she says. I said, well, I'm glad we're having this conversation right now before this thing gets off the ground a little bit. She's like, no. And she made some very valid points as to why she wouldn't want to sign a prenup. And I'm like, well, granted, I hear you, and emotional and all that kind of, you know, like, I love what you said about East and West. And I said, yeah, I'm going to need the prenup, baby girl. Like, sorry, like, no matter whatever happens. So I'm trying to understand, like, the prenup, the marriage contract. At the end of the day, you'd be a fool as a successful guy to not establish some type of boundaries, some type of protection to say, hey, look, I hear you. You want to have this fantasy land, Cinderella, Snow White vibe go down, right? Beauty and the Beast thing. But like, first marriage is almost 50% don't work. Yeah. Second marriage is, I think it's 60 something percent. Third marriage is 75%. Absolutely. So like the more and more you get married, you realize, all right, this whole thing. So I'm understanding the.
Steve Harvey's on his 4th or 3rd, right?
He's on his 3rd, I think, or 4th. Yeah.
Just wanted to insert that so you guys know where the information is coming from.
I must say though that if they get divorced, I would be shocked.
Well,
if they get divorced,
he better not. He better not, because
very shocked because they seem happy together. So
the previous 2 ones were due to infidelity, right? So
yeah,
but I guess Uncle Harv, it's a bit older, matured a little bit, I guess.
The balance between the emotional component, because you're gonna have to have, hey, I love you, I want to be with you forever, or else we wouldn't get married.
Yeah.
But just flip a coin whether this bad boy is gonna work out or not. At the same time, I hear what Hafeez is saying is like, everything can't be so robotic and so structured that you can't have any feelings and emotion. Yeah. So I'm trying to kind of grapple this.
Can I add something to this? Go. See, this is the thing that experience offers that sometimes experience doesn't. So he talked about experience and, you know, being open-minded to experiences, but a guy who has significant investment experiences has bumped their head as well. Yeah. They wouldn't be called bitter. They would be called experience, right? But in this situation, what people don't know what's behind that curtain when you go into court and the love is lost. And also the agreements aren't being upheld with the marriage contract are piranhas, sharks. They typically come in the form of lawyers, judges, and people in that industry who make a lot of money. With that being said, once you go in that room, I'm one of the only people that have been in those rooms. It's a dark place. We call it the belly of the beast. And until you've been there, you really haven't experienced a marriage. Now, let me just say this. You mentioned the divorce. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
Courtroom? You haven't been to marriage?
Yeah. Let me explain why. Let me explain why. You mentioned the 50%, 63%, 70%. But do you know that these don't include the people who have already talked to divorce attorneys? See, many of those 50%, there's an additional percentage of people who haven't even talked to a lawyer, or I'm sorry, that have talked to a lawyer. And
did you thought about that?
That's what I was alluding to. at the beginning of this segment when I said that I didn't think of it on my own, but it's like remember I said there are people who have considered, those men that have considered divorce, that have went to a divorce attorney and concluded that it's cheaper to live by the adagium happy wife, happy life than to divorce.
I think they have a saying for that, right?
For what?
For what you just said. It's cheaper
To keep
to
her.
keep her.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
And they've gone, okay, I'll stay, baby. It's cheaper to keep her.
Oh! I didn't. By the way, I didn't watch this video. By the way, so but great minds think alike. Coach Greg, great minds think alike. How old is Coach Greg? By the way, he's great. So it means that I'm as great as Coach Greg. I'm not saying that. I'm just kidding, guys.
No, he's younger than he looks.
I guess that court might have squeezed some life out of him.
Yeah.
I think he's in his 50s now.
He's in his 40s.
Really? That great?
Yeah. He's in his 40s.
Let me know, man. Check it. Let me know how old this guy is, man. I'll continue.
Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah.
I'll just accept what it is. I'll stay for the kids. I don't want
also your one was
lose the house. So it's more than 50%. And
you're saying tack on a couple extra percentage
we need to tack on at least 25 extra percent because there are some people who have visited it, and many people reconcile. So it's bigger than that. And when I add on those percentages, it adds some perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, shit, there is more than 50%. These are 50% who legally got divorced. We're adding on the people who said, oh, shit, I'll just go on to stay.
What we call thinking about it.
Yeah, man, I'll think about it. Or the person brought it up. If you don't do this, I'm divorcing.
Ali, let me get your perspective here. Because, again, you're the anomaly. Yeah. Happy marriage, living a good life. And
we can pause it here, man. It's we can end the clip here, but so Coach Greg Adams goes to 75%, adds an extra 25%, which he says might be the 25% of married men who have talked to lawyers and decided to stay anyway. It could be 25% indeed.
Sounds kind of high.
It sounds very high. Yeah, it sounds very high. So, but nonetheless, there are people who have thought about it and have decided not to go through with it. That being said, a majority of the divorces are initiated by women. So, do you think that men don't go? Maybe men don't even go and talk to their lawyers because they don't even. I think they don't even want to think about it. No matter, it's and just to one last point regarding Steve Harvey, because I listened to one of his. I don't agree. I admire Steve Harvey. He's one of the best stand-up comedians in the world. He doesn't do stand-ups anymore, but he's one of the original kings of comedy. I have followed his career not consistently, but regularly. Or I know since I was younger, maybe a teen, I used to watch his show. He had the Steve Harvey show, and so I do admire a lot of things that he's achieved. I admire his mindset, his way of thinking with regards to business and life. There are things that I don't agree with, and that's human. And I don't agree with the way he looks at, let's say, the whole relationship dynamics. But that being said, I said a while back that I would be shocked if they divorced. So if he would divorce his wife, if you hear his story and when he tells, let's say, the story of the struggles he went through and what his wife meant to him, that's a ride or die woman. So there's something to be said about that as well. So there are partners who are there to leech, and there are partners who contribute. And I think someone that when you get married, you don't always know what type of person you have. Someone might start as a supporter, but then turn into a leech. You never know what can happen. So, as Coach Craig went to the dark side of the whole conversation, which is, the reality of how bad it can get when you're down there in divorce court, fighting afterwards for your children, fighting to see your children. So you can have I don't think you should choose, or no one should, potential partner shouldn't make you choose between a ride or die and a prenuptial agreement. I want and the prenuptial agreement and a ride or die. It's not either or. It's just both. You're muted, man.
I don't know how I'm muted, but anyway, what I wanted to say was I do agree with you on that point. One thing people always overlook is also the dangers of being a businessman and not having a prenuptial agreement. Because people always look on the bright side, but if it goes wrong, everyone gets dragged into that hole.
Yeah.
So maybe prenuptial agreement is the way to showing love on both sides.
Maybe.
You're saving her if it goes wrong. Well, if it goes right, then baby, I love you, but you cannot have half my shit, but still love you.
Well, if you're applying it, that means you're divorcing. I don't know if the still love you still applies.
Well, that is true. That is true. I used to love you.
I used to love you.
I used to. So we've looked at two guys who were slightly. So Steve was really against it, and Hafeez was offering an alternative to a prenuptial agreement. We're gonna look into now the other side of well, at least I think it's the other side. I haven't watched the video myself. So let's see what Dave Ramsey from the Dave Ramsey Show. I think Dave Ramsey is a very known financial guru. That's how you can call it. It seems like a devaluation of what he does, but he's, to explain to others who don't know him, he's a financial guru. He's very good with numbers, helping people to get out of bankruptcy, to avoid bankruptcy, and instill discipline into people relating to financials. Right, Ajay?
Yeah. Well, it talks, his brand is mostly based on personal finance and the management thereof. He has the 7 baby steps to financial freedom. He has also the Financial Peace University. So he has different products and services that all aim to help your average Joe become financially independent. So I really think he has good contents, definitely.
Okay. Let's see what he has to say about prenups.
Christy, sounds like it's time to talk about this.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think that. Well, let me ask you this, Daniel. I've got a follow-up question. When you say how should I do it, how have you played it out in your mind? Like, what fears do you have? Because I sense that like there's some hesitation on your part, but I'm not sure what it is.
Right. A friend of mine recently, he had a pretty good sized net worth, and it was like probably about 800, 900,000 bucks. And he's going through a nasty divorce, and she's going to get half of it. And it's like, he's telling me, man, you really need a prenup and be careful what you do with girls. And I realize that he's saying that just because he's in that set of circumstances. But at the same time, it's making me kind of rethink my position. And then, money, you never really fully know somebody. And so whenever you start disclosing information like this, it can be one of those things where you get turned on your head like, oh, I thought I knew this person, and now she's acting completely differently. So that's kind of where I'm at with that.
Yeah, you can't control how she reacts.
Correct.
And you certainly can't get married if you haven't disclosed this. So you got to start talking.
Correct.
It sounds like it's time to talk about it because you're talking about popping a question and you feel like this relationship's going to end in marriage. So yeah, you definitely got to start disclosing and talking about it. And you can have the prenup discussion later. You don't have to do it all in one sit down. Only time I used to never recommend prenups. I used to say if you don't love the person more than your money, that you shouldn't get married. And
KR, I think that I just wanted to chime in on first on what the caller said. Right, the caller is calling and saying that he basically knows of a case, a friend of his was going through an awful divorce, and he wants to pop the question, but he is also already thinking of a prenup. And I find it funny that goes to show you that marriage is not about love, or at least it's not only about love. I would say love is, let's say the love, it's not a romanticized love that they're talking about. Because you're thinking, hey, I like this person, I want to live with this person for the rest of my life, right? And you can just go and do that. But no, now for you to get married, you need to, while you want to fall in love, you want to just let go and fall in love, you find yourself with an internal conflict about your possessions. So you can't just let go and be in the relationship, because if you don't watch out, you will lose half of your things. So it's pretty, like, we talk about it like it's a normal thing, right? Of course, we get married, everything we have is together. So we share everything, but it's pretty, that's where you see that the state, that's where you see the power and influence of the state in your marriage. Because now the state knows what you're doing. If you just live together or have a relationship, the state doesn't know anything about you. But when you involve the state, when you involve the government, it's always when you involve the government that you have complications and problems. And this man is saying, you know what, I really like this person. I want to take the next step, but I'm afraid that I will have not only my bank account, my heart broken, but also my bank account. I just find it interesting, just food for thought, just to think about it.
That's a point you have there. I think someone. No, let's continue.
Only time I used to never recommend prenups. I used to say if you don't love the person more than your money, that you shouldn't get married. And I changed that after about a decade of coaching people, because where I ran into extreme wealth, which $1 million at 35 years old is pretty extreme. When I run into large amounts of wealth, I found not that the person that you're marrying is usually the wealth. $1 million at 35, because where I ran into extreme wealth, which $1 million at 35 years old is pretty extreme. When I run into large amounts of wealth, I found not that the person that you're marrying is usually the problem, but if you don't have a prenup as a boundary, the crazy people in their family come out of the woodwork. And so, and if they, and if she knows Crazy Bob's going to call, she can just go, Crazy Bob, there's a prenup, and I can't do it. I don't have access to this because they.
This is something I didn't think about, but this ties in what I said earlier. Not only bankruptcy, but I think there is other advantages to this.
Yeah.
Crazy Bob.
If the family starts finding out or somehow
Lazy
realizes
Bob.
that.
Again?
Lazy Bob.
Crazy and lazy.
Yeah.
That, she's hit the gold. She's hit a gold vein here, and is going to be set. Then and some bad member, toxic member of the family, and most every family has at least one Crazy Bob in it, right? So it just brings out the weirdness in other people more than the person. And I don't mind too. I would probably recommend that over a period of years that the prenup erode to nothing. Like if you've been married 20 years and you're not willing to do that, then you got other problems in your marriage. You're not willing to do away with the prenup at that point. But this thing of you don't want to spiritually or relationally get in the thing where I'm putting the money as more important than the relationship. But it's just to keep the weirdness away.
Right. And I was.
Yeah, I think it's one way to look at it, but I think sometimes you have a stance. Let's say you think a certain way, or you have certain principles that you stand by, but the reality of things can challenge your beliefs. And you have people who let go of the previous belief to accept a new belief, or people who keep the belief, so they don't let go of their belief, their main belief, but they will try to create a reality where both beliefs can exist. And when I hear Dave's argument here that it's to keep the crazy people away, it seems to me that he's trying to make space for both realities, because the alternative would be to just say, yeah, you should always get a prenup. What if you get married to a person and then you skyrocket and the other person doesn't? It doesn't make sense to say only for rich people, only if there's difference in income. It makes no sense, because the difference can come afterwards as well. So, yeah.
That was number one of the pro prenup. Kind of balanced view on it, I think.
I think so too.
Good points. It's better points than Harvey, but
definitely. But then again,
Obvious.
I was gonna say so did Hafeez, but that would have been
that would be a stretch. That would have been a stretch.
I would be stretching it, yeah.
So we have had 2 on the pro side, or at least on the not the pro side, the con side, and we're gonna play now the second video of the videos on YouTube that are pro prenup. And here we are going. Oh, this is not supposed to happen. Yeah, so we are going to talk. We're going to show the clip of Valuetainment, which is also the channel or the affiliate channel.
The main channel.
The main channel, where Hafeez was basically spewing his craziness.
Blasphemy.
Blasphemy. It's a better way to put it. Anyway, let's continue.
So stick around to the very end. I'm going to give you a lot of different stats and 8 reasons why you ought to consider getting a prenup. But let's get right into it. So look, I've been running a business for 20 plus years. Business is very hard, right? I've been in the insurance space over 2 decades. The whole concept about insurance isn't buying auto insurance because you're going to get into a car accident. You don't buy a life insurance because you're going to die tomorrow. You buy auto insurance that in case you get into a car accident or somebody hits you, you're protected. You buy life insurance that in case you die tomorrow or next week or next year while you have a wife or a husband and kids, they're at least taken care of. The same thing as goes with insurance is the same thing that goes with prenup. Look at prenuptial agreements or postnuptial agreements as a form of insurance. So now, let me give you some stats when it comes down to marriage and divorces. So only 5% of folks who get a divorce had a prenup. Of the people that got a divorce, 15% of them wish they would have set up a prenup. So now when you look at these stats and divorces in America, 41% of first marriages end up at a divorce. But watch what happens to the stats. 60% of second marriages and 73% of third marriages, which means if your first marriage didn't work out and you didn't have a prenup, fine. But don't do it on your second or your...
Could you go back to the stats? Do you think 4 times the charm?
It's usually third, right? So
it's looking depressed out here, man.
He didn't even add the fourth one.
He didn't
even try to add the fourth one.
After the third one, they said, yeah, we shouldn't continue this anymore.
You know what? We're not gonna log this one anymore, man. 73%.
Why do you think the chances of a divorce is higher in a second and third divorce? Because you would think that you've learned from your first marriage, right? So
that's a good question. You can look at it from different perspective. And that's what the show is about, of course. It could be that it's one of the theories that I've heard. It's the pair bonding thing. So you cannot pair bond as well. The more marriages or relationships you have, you cannot pair bond as good.
More sexual partners as well.
Yeah, it's basically that's a theory. Another way to look at it is maybe because I do think one thing that I'm surprised about, and I think you pointed out, but maybe people are just stupid. I mean, majority of the people are stupid, but people don't learn from their mistakes. I think someone said it. I don't remember who said this, where I heard it, but they always say, well, what I've heard is everywhere you go, there you are.
Yeah.
Everywhere you go, there you are. So if you're that same person in the first marriage as in your second marriage, you will get the same problems if you
And
don't
on
solve your problems.
and on Q, LW, you take you everywhere. It's basically
Yeah,
what you said. Yeah.
yeah.
What you're saying.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to
Well,
LW. She's a great mind. So.
that's basically, I think that's the thing here. Everywhere you go, there you are. And
But
if
do you?
people usually people don't develop themselves. They don't look at them. They people go in the first. If you look at it from this perspective, if you, I think the statistics say women initiate majority of the divorces,
I think
which means
75% or something.
yeah. So which means that if a woman divorces the first time, she doesn't look inwards, but look outwards, blame the guy for every problem, and doesn't improve herself, look inwards and try to improve herself, then you get the same problem. And then she again blames the guy for, for not being that person, divorces again, and doesn't look inwards and try to improve herself. So,
but KR, I can I partially agree with you, but I have a question. It's the who is doing the proposing? It's the man.
Yes.
So why are men proposing?
Because maybe they're getting pressured. Also, another statistic of what I heard, but this is, I mean, this is things I've heard. I don't have I will have to look it up. But I've heard that a lot of times men get pressured into, well, usually men want to wait with marriage. Let's put it that way. I'm not going to say pressured because it sounds like they're getting a tool to their face.
Stomp in there, yeah.
But a lot of times the marriage talks are initiated by the women, and maybe the dude is like, you know what? I'll do it. She's a ride or die. I know her only 6 months.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I'm just.
And then only to disappoint, and then only to disappoint.
Yeah, and then to follow disappointment, and maybe also, but I do think that's to talk about accountability. Men have to have maybe better standards. I don't know, better verifying if that person is really that person who they claim they are. I have no idea. Seems like something you would have to do, but apparently maybe that's not happening enough.
If you talk to people who've been married for 50 plus years, they will tell you that there's never a point where you don't learn something from each other. You will never get to that point. So if you're still finding things out after 50 years, then you know for certain that the person you are with will not be that same person.
So you can verify.
You can't verify. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
So you need to trust. You need to you can only check off boxes and limit your risks. That's all you can do. You never know.
Would that be even more reason to have a prenup?
Yes.
If you're still finding things out during your relationship after your marriage, if you've known each other for 50 years, I do think that's maybe even more a reason to have a prenup, because you might not find out. Oh no, I cannot say that. That's definitely gonna get us canceled. That's definitely gonna get us canceled. I cannot say what I
Patreon
would
coming soon. Patreon coming soon.
Oh man.
Yeah, let's proceed with the video.
If your first marriage didn't work out and you didn't have a prenup, fine. But don't do it on your second or your third. So now let me continue. A few other things you need to know when it comes down to marriage. The average marriage in America lasts 8 years. And aside from that, every 16 seconds, somebody gets married in America, and every 42 seconds, someone's getting a divorce in America. So now prenuptial, nuptial agreements, Pat, I don't get it. Are we talking about divorces here today? Let me give you one of the most important reasons why you ought to get a nuptial agreement. It's simply to avoid future arguments. For example, most of the time when you talk about, well, why would somebody get a nuptial agreement? Do you not trust me? It's the famous line when somebody wants to set up a nuptial agreement. You must not trust me. You don't trust me. My mom told me you don't trust me. All you care about is money. If somebody starts saying stuff like that, that's a very deep, concerning thing, because what do you mean I don't trust you? We've only known each other for 2 years. We've only known each other for a year. Nowadays, most people get married online. Most people meet each other online. I don't have the same years of experience with you if I would have met you through a family member or a friend or a coworker. There is a lot of risk today in marriage, more than ever before, because people are more than ever marrying somebody that they know the least amount, where before at least we knew more about the person that we're getting married. So having said that, I'll give you two stories.
We only know them from their IG page.
Yeah.
She looking nice out there. Booty cheeks popping. Now I'm out here
with
the
what shorts?
The booty shorts.
Yo, if you didn't get that one, guys, go check out the Kanye episode.
Yeah. I think it's two shows ago.
It's already 2 shows ago? Man, this is going by
ago.
so fast. Hey, guys in the chat, once again, thank you all for sticking around. We greatly appreciate your support. Remember to like the video. This really, really helps our algorithm. It helps to push our videos. We say this every week, but this is just the way it is. We see that the algorithm is picking our videos up more and more. And of course, we want to get bigger. We have our goals. We have goals we want to achieve, and the show is just the first step. We have so much more that we want to share with you, but it all starts with a like. So please like the video, share it, and yeah, with that being said, we can continue. Or are we done with the video? I think we're done with the video. Huh?
Well, there is one last part. This last part we're gonna play, and then we're gonna close it. Okay. This video.
2 stories, and I'll get into the 2 points. So Jackie O, John F. Kennedy's a wife, she's widowed. Okay, so while she's about to marry Onassis, who's a very successful businessman at the time, I think he's a billionaire, very well known, very successful, and he has always liked Jackie. They finally agreed to get married, and one of the clauses Jackie gets to put in the agreement, the nuptial agreement, is for each year that Jackie is married to him, if he divorces her, she gets $10 million. That's part of the agreement. She was able to negotiate a lot of different things. So was he. He had great attorneys. She had great attorneys. So we get married. Look, I'm a first lady. If I'm going to risk marrying somebody like you, there's risk for marrying a playboy like you. I got to be protected. Per year I'm married to, I get $10 million. Now that's that time, by the way, 64, 65, 66 compared to today. That's a lot of money, right? Salma Hayek is another one. She gets married to a billionaire. Okay. I believe they had a kid together. I even believe there's a contract in their agreement that per kid, it was a certain number, $17 million. I don't remember the exact number, but there's something there. Now, somebody may say, oh my God, look, that's fake. That's not real love. What do you...
Is that what Hafeez was referring to? He got the prenuptial agreement mixed up with his marriage contract?
I don't know what Hafeez was doing. I really don't know what he was doing.
Anyway, this is I'll finish it up.
Yeah.
You call that? Is that real love? That's not real love. The way I got married was real love. Oh, really? Yeah, okay. Because you don't think about the fact that life happens after we get married, after you have 1 kid, 2 kids, 3 kids, 4 kids, travel, in-laws, issues. You and I cannot predict that the other person's going to change or not. You can't predict if I'm going to change, and I cannot predict that you're going to change. Of course, we're loving each other. We're getting married, but then life happens, and marriage sometimes turns into a business, and then there's money. So now, 8 reasons to why set up a prenuptial agreement. One of them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess he goes in the video. He mentions the 8 reasons. He talks about, so the most important thing he mentions is to prevent future arguments, and I think that's definitely the main reason why to consider a prenup, to prevent arguments, because when you're actually in a dispute with that person, or your emotions are all over the place, you can make decisions that you wouldn't make if you were just calm and collected. I can tell you, KR, how often I have had clients come up to me raging, ready to take a case to court, and for one or more reason, maybe financially, they didn't have the money at that point to proceed with the case, or maybe they had other reasons for not proceeding with the case. But I can tell you how often these same clients afterwards say, no, it's not necessary anymore. No, yeah, he or she can stay with the money, or he or she can stay with the house. Yeah, I'm not interested in this anymore. So it's sometimes emotions play a role, and that's why Patrick says, so the first reason he mentions is to prevent future arguments. He also mentions other things like to protect separate properties. For example, if both of you are business owners, or one of you is a business owner, and something happens to that person and he loses control or ownership of his assets, then the other assets of the other partner would still remain intact. He mentions a couple more: child expenses, alimony, inheritance reasons, so you can determine what so in case of death, what will go to who. That's something so those are the reasons that he goes into in that video. But I think the reasons for the point he's making is clear. He started with the statistics to show the high risks, and just basically his point is, it's better to have it because you will make your life a lot more simpler if something should happen.
Clear. I think it's a clear point. One last video I want to basically dive into is the one by Deion Sanders, another NFL star, former NFL star.
Now head coach of I want to say Jacksonville Jaguars?
No.
Jacksonville State?
Jacksonville State.
Jacksonville State. So HBCU.
HBCU, yes.
JSU is Jackson State, I think.
State University, right?
JSU.
JSU, yeah. Jackson State University.
Yeah.
Jacksonville State. Jacksonville State
University. Okay.
Yeah. It's Deion has had a great career in the NFL, and has also had when you have a great career in the NFL, you will also get compensated greatly. He is considered probably the defensive back that has ever played the game.
Yeah.
He was amazing. If you look, even this day, this current, if you look at his tape, the guy was different. He was something else. He also had a lot of swag, as they say. They didn't call it swag back then, but he had it. Let's see what happened to this guy. The star.
Indeed, a high stakes legal gambit in this McKinney courtroom today, because at stake a prenuptial agreement that would limit the amount of money that Pilar could get from Deion Sanders.
I think the prenuptial agreement is out the window, but we'll see how well we do in court today.
Attorney Larry Friedman and Pilar Sanders back in court in Pilar's bitter divorce with Deion Sanders. Friedman asked the court to throw out the couple's premarital agreement, saying on 2 pages, Pilar's initials had been forged.
The prenup's thrown out, that's going to be a game changer. We go back to the community property laws, Texas, everything is going to be community property and proven otherwise, and it gets divided in just in the right manner, a fair manner.
Friedman told the court, there is no agreement. This court has been misled, and the document is not enforceable.
It's greed. It's greed. You signed a contract. We had a prenuptial, and now you don't like the terms of it because the realization that it's over. Your lifestyle will be no longer the same way. It's greed.
Deion Sanders, Pilar's attorney argued, did not fully disclose his wealth at the time the two signed the agreement that he said made it void.
So, that last statement was quite wild to me.
Go through it one more time.
His wealth at Deion Sanders, Pilar's attorney argued, did not fully disclose his wealth at the time the two signed the agreement that he said made it void. In court.
So, because he didn't tell her, according to the lawyer, because I didn't tell you how much I have in my back pocket, it's void, so I should share.
Yeah.
You lied to me.
Yeah.
That's a wild statement, man.
That's a statement right there. I mean,
But
is
it something that is enforceable by law?
So I think what he's arguing here is good faith. Basically, that's saying that in everything you do, especially in the way you act, especially if you're going to enter into an agreement with someone, you're negotiating, you need to have good faith. And there you can, and this difference, so I'm going to use words, legal terms, but legally they mean something else, right? But because it differs from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, from Anglo-Saxon laws to Roman laws, or let's say the laws in Europe, they have different words, different meanings, but the principle is the same. You can, if you mislead someone when entering into an agreement, that person can request a judge to nullify the agreement, to make it void, so that it would not be enforceable, or that it wouldn't even, it should be considered to never have ever existed in the first place. So that's why, so those are just legal consequences. I can say in this particular case, because this is US law, but so I don't know what the legal consequences are, but it's basically the same thing. She's saying that she's probably saying, or she probably said, that if she had known what Deion had, she would have agreed.
Deion was right. It's all greed.
But yeah, so everything depends on the context,
So
and
you're
that's
telling me,
that.
RJ,
Yeah.
Sorry. Continue. Finish your sentence.
So it's not like one size fits all. It differs. It's a case by case. It's a case by case basis. No, it's a case by case factor. So, if, for example, the question that needs to be answered is whether the information. Let's say, for example, they agreed that she would receive a concrete amount, let's say $200K a year in alimony, or a month, whatever. And you don't say what it's based on, then the other party doesn't have any ground to stand on, because it's not based on anything. We just agreed that I would pay you $200K. However, if the contract states that you would get paid 5% of my shares, and I tell you that I have 100,000, but I actually have $1 million, then there's a difference. But then it's not necessarily the contract that would be not admissible, but it's more let's say the interpretation of the contract, the execution of the contract. But you can see it like something similar. You can say, for example, 1% is this house, but actually the house is just 0.5%. I think, she tried it, but and again, guys, this is just information. This is just this is by no means advice. What we're doing right now, what we're talking about right now, but it's what I said at the beginning. Everyone has the right to go to court if he or she thinks that she's
wrong.
She's doesn't mean that they're right, but they have the right to go to court.
Okay. So the whole idea of basically testing out whether she's doing it for love or not when you're a millionaire, that's not really gonna fly in its entirety.
Yeah, so I would say
you have to tell her. Do you have to tell her by the cents how much money you have? Or
I don't think so.
Baby,
No,
I'm a millionaire, but
No.
you have 999 million. Oh, baby, I'm a millionaire. I have a little money there.
No, I don't think that no. You listen. You don't have to disclose everything. It's just it depends on the wording of the prenup. Everything depends on the wording. If you just say you will get 100K per month, or for example,
it's probably what the wording of his prenuptial is saying.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You're gonna get 10K a month.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
You don't know how much money I have. I have 600 million in the bank.
That's what
Chump
I mean.
change.
But it's like,
Chump change.
yeah, but it's like, listen, it's like, again, I think I forgot who said it. I think I mentioned it in last show too. If you go to, I mentioned it in the last show. If you go to a restaurant and you eat a steak, when you leave, you don't expect the steak to be served at your home, right? So, what happens is when you go out, so when you're not in a restaurant anymore, but you still want the steak, you will try to find ways to get that steak. And one way is to try to argument that actually that steak belongs to you, either because you should also be regarded as the owner of the restaurant, etc., etc. So that's the whole dispute.
Good. Let's continue then with the video. Let's see what happened at the end.
Court testimony, Pilar's attorney in 1999, when the two signed the marital contract, testified Pilar wanted better terms. That's why we negotiated. She asked for $1 million and a $100,000 signing bonus.
Yo, this sounds like an NFL contract.
NFL contract, a signing bonus.
A signing bonus. What is this? Imagine, okay, man. The prenuptial agreement is one thing. But getting a signing bonus to sign the prenuptial agreement, Deion, man, you should. Deion, man, you should have seen this. This miles ahead.
Yeah.
All right, let's continue.
You stood in front of a judge and said, I agree to all the terms of this prenuptial. They asked you specific questions and you said yes. Now, when it all goes wrong, you don't like the agreement and you make up these lies.
After growing tired of the arguments by Pilar's attorney, the judge ruled the premarital contract good as he had before and ordered the case to go to arbitration.
I'm just tired of this. Like, move on. Go on with your life. Let's do it. You know, you got a meal coming. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yo.
This is crazy.
It's like you won the Super Bowl, man. It's like you won the Super Bowl. Hands in the air. Celebrating, man.
Got it. We got it.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah.
Imagine the relief he had.
That's a lot of relief, man.
At that moment, he was like, I'm out of it. If we can continue finishing this divorce.
Yeah.
But I think you have a point right here. I don't know. I don't know if it's not clear to me whether he signed that she signed that contract before or during the marriage, but probably before. But RJ, if someone is asking you for signing bonuses, I mean,
but maybe he already knew,
and still continue to marry her.
Yeah, I mean, if you limit your risks, why not? Let's say if you want a gold digger, an Instagram model, for example, an IG model that doesn't really work, only puts her butt out on Instagram for likes and sponsorships, and you decide to marry, you decide to marry someone like that, then I mean, you know what you're getting yourself into, but you might find that person. I can imagine, KaiR, that sometimes, you can find a person so appealing, so attractive.
The vibe is right.
Yeah, the vibe is right. You say, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to marry this person. I want to have children with this person. But you're going to protect yourself as well. So I think, again, people marry for different reasons.
You got to sign this contract. You got to, no, the other way around. If you want to protect yourself, you got to hand me 100,000. Dude, the writing on the wall, man. Come on, man.
But maybe, but we don't know, we don't know who initiated it. The
100,000 signing bonus? Well,
because it sounds like
you can do that in the NFL. I can do that as well on this franchise.
It sounds like when I read it, it sounds like he went to his agent. So Deion went to his agent and said, "Draft me a contract, draft me a prenup." And the agent took a template and forgot to take out the signing bonus.
Hey, it's his contract lawyer, his NFL contract lawyer. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna save some money. I'm not gonna get a family law lawyer. I'm gonna get.
Yeah, man. So,
Oh man, this sounds crazy, yo. If you're offering signing bonuses, oh man. Well, it is what it is, right? It is what it is.
It is what it is.
So, guys,
It is
we've
what it
shown
is.
both sides of the argument. There are disadvantages. Well, for the people trying to be gold diggers, there are a lot of advantages for both sides. If you want to protect yourself, protect both of the parties within that relationship.
Definitely.
What do you guys think? We've posted the link in the chat for you guys to call in. Share your thoughts on the this topic. In the meanwhile, I have a couple of questions for you based on what we've seen today. RJ, let's start. Let's start with the first question. The most important one. The one that people always use. When they want to say, I don't want to sign a prenuptial agreement. Is a prenup anti-love?
Well, you're asking me whether prenup is anti-love or not. Of course not. It has nothing to do with love. You can even argue if marriage has something to do with love. In the past, they used to say, what's love got to do with it? I think is it Tina Turner that has a song? Or is it Whitney Houston?
What's love got to do with it? It's that's Tina.
So, no, it has nothing to do with love. Love is the relationship you have with the person. So you have, in a marriage, let's say the whole constellation, we look at it as one, but it's not. You have your relationship with the person, that's one level. Beneath that level, you have the, let's say, obligations to support each other. Beneath that, you have the obligation to support children. And the fourth level is the it pertains to the assets and liabilities of the parties. That's the fourth level. The prenuptial agreement doesn't say anything about the first level, whether you love that person or not. It only strives to regulate the other three levels. So in no sense, in no way, shape, or form can you say it's not love, because if that's the case, that means you're marrying me. Let's say the relationship, you're not interested in me, but you're interested in what I can provide. And then to me, it's if a woman or a man let's say you bring something up and the other person start asking you, start claiming that you don't love that person despite everything you've done for that person, then get away, because you're not there for the right reason. That's what I believe.
Okay. So it's not anti-love at all?
At all. Nope. I would argue that it's a sign of love.
Definitely, if you're signing a 100,000 bonus. I love it, baby. Here's some change for your pockets. Seems like you're greasing someone's hands with that one, but
yeah, it does seem like that.
Anyway, that's so. It sounds like a good argument. It's not anti-love. I do. You think so as well? I have another question for you.
Shoot.
We are in 2022 now. Almost reaching 2023. We saw the video of Steve Harvey. Steve was sitting there in front of the camera. I was basically sitting there and talking malarkey. Let's be honest. But it's 2022 now, so my question is, why do people still, because it happened, people used to use prenups in the past. I'm talking about the 60s, the 50s. And yet in 2022, people seem to have turned around on the whole idea of prenup and still don't use it. What is your take on this?
I think.
Why aren't they doing it?
I think because that's a good question. I think in the past people used to get married not out of love. Remember, you go to the
marriages.
It's arranged marriages, and even in our society, and say the Western society, where it wasn't as arranged as it is, let's say in certain parts of the world, it was still arranged in the sense that you would need to go to the parents' house to meet the parents, ask for a hand, ask for permission. And so it was a different time. During the years, we have romanticized the whole idea of relationships and marriage. And consequently, people are looking for things that don't exist. So they are dating to find someone to fulfill a fantasy. And in that fantasy, it's set. So as part of the fantasy, one of the storylines was that if the person loves you, he wouldn't. So if the man, usually is the man, if the man loves you, then he wouldn't require you to sign a prenup, because if he really did, then. But it was a different time. People didn't get divorced as often as they do today, either. You didn't have the phenomena of Instagram models and gold diggers, Tinder,
Bumble,
all those
or
things.
whatever dating apps you have.
You didn't have it. You didn't have movies that were telling you what the ideal man is. What's important. They sold a dream. They sold something that doesn't exist. And
who is they?
So I would say the companies of I don't know where you go with this question, man.
Oh, Hollywood, you mean?
I sensed the trap, man. No, you're no. Yeah, so I'm talking about Hollywood. I mean, because you have to remember, let's take for example Disney. They not only sold the movie, they also sold merchandise. You could also purchase the dolls, purchase the houses, purchase Legos. You can purchase a lot of things. So it's a whole brainwashing of what love should be, how the ideal relationship should be. And so I believe that a lot of people, and if you combine that with feminism as well, that consequently brought with it that women dared to say, hey, this is not fair. I'm not taking it. I won't accept this. Because in the past, they didn't do that. But now so everything since, let's say, the 60s, 70s, became a discussion. Something that was normal was now a discussion, became a discussion. So I believe during that period of time, people gradually refrained from from, let's say, using the prenup as much as they did in the past.
Okay.
And so why do people still don't get it? Because I believe it's still ingrained in today's world. It's just like saying, hey, I want to, let's say you're in a relationship and your girl gets pregnant. And you say, I want to do a paternity test. What, you don't trust me? You don't trust me? What do you mean you don't trust me? But it's like, that's the only, so you can do two things. You can say, yes, I trust you, and then hope it's yours. But if it turns out that it's not, then you would feel used, you would feel like a fool. Or you can say, hey, this is just for me to have the confirmation. And that's something that, it's like when you ask for it, it's like you're insinuating that I'm sleeping around. Yeah, but as a man, you don't have any guarantee.
Give me a week and I'll find the right analogy for that one. Give me a week. I hope. Give me some time. I'll find, just like the seatbelt one. I mean, that one was perfect. I'll find something for this one, guys.
Yeah.
I'll give you some free game to save yourself in that case, because I think that's a hard question indeed. The first thing, you don't trust me.
Yeah, you don't trust me.
That's a tough one to break.
And it's the same here. You're basically that person can feel as if you don't trust her. So the woman will feel like you don't trust her when you say, hey, we need to sign this. I don't think a man would listen. If a man, no. It can be for spiritual reasons, but I'm just saying, if a man tells you, okay, if a woman tells you, if you make me sign this, then you don't love me, that's a red flag. If a man tells a woman, if you make me sign this,
run away.
Women,
Baby
run
girl,
away.
Please. baby girl,
run the
please
other
run
direction.
away.
Yeah, because that's not a
But
good
that's the
look.
double standards.
That's but the yeah.
But that's a double. It's a double standard. But people always claim there is that having double standards is not correct. But sometimes it is. Don't forget that, because I do agree with you on that. I mean, women are usually more emotional, but you have to be. In this case, if she says, "Why are you making? Do you love me?" If a man does that, you're being finessed out here. You're about
That's
to be a victim.
That's not a red flag. That's a crimson flag, man. Run the other way. It's crazy. Yeah.
Baby, I love you.
Yeah, man.
Don't let me sign this. The love is gonna break. Anyway, so that's question number 2. It's clear why people are not signing it. I tried to bait you into saying something crazy, but in the process,
try that already, man. That's
that was a crazy question. I'll be honest. That's out of nowhere. I was like, am I going to ask that? But yeah.
Yeah, yo.
Oh man. Anyway, so the third question, I think this is relating to a topic you slightly brushed over earlier. The women financial status of women are improving the last few years. Women are going more to universities. Women are earning more and more money. Women are on the come up.
Yeah.
So they don't need a man anymore. They might have to date down or date on their own level. Do you think that prenups will become more common as women start to earn more money while simultaneously want to protect their assets?
Yes,
What
I
I'm
think
trying to ask you is, are they going for love? Or are they going to risk? And this time Deion ended on the right side of the coin, but it could have been the other side as well. So are women going to risk that? Tell me, what do you think about that from your perspective?
I think that it will become more common. I actually think that women will impose it, but this is just as an assumption. I think women will enforce it easier with less problems than men would, especially if the woman is feeling, if the woman is earning more, because, and this is just usually women don't, they date up, they marry up. Now, let's say if you're already up and you don't have any suitors on your financial level, then you might need to date down. But although there are women that do it, a woman doesn't like feeling like she's carrying the load, the financial load of the household. So if the man, for example, can provide, sometimes so what you hear is they say, yeah, but if the man can, let's say, take care of everything else or things at the around the house, then it's good. But that doesn't mean to be a house husband. I don't know if you call it like that. Stay-at-home dad.
Stay-at-home dad.
Doesn't mean that you're a stay-at-home. Yeah.
Stay-at-home dad.
It means basically
a bum.
Yo, yeah, that doesn't mean, yeah. So, but sometimes you will, so I've noticed sometimes the way they refer to a man, they're basically calling the man a bum without calling him a bum. But
the same women who go with those guys. No, this is not a trap, by the way.
No. I'm talking about women with high positions in the corporate world.
And they date down, basically. They talk to the man like bum, or they refer to him as bum.
When they refer to someone that earns less than them, they often refer to him as, no, they don't call him a bum. But if you say, will you ever date, because we will date, if the woman is beautiful, we will date her. A woman will not entertain the company of a man as easy. Let's say a man that works at that is, let's say, a waiter. If the woman is a manager at a bank, we'll probably not date the waiter. Might do something else with the waiter, but no dating, no relationship or whatever. But I can imagine there will come a point in time where, and with regards to the bum, I'm not saying they're calling him that man. That's
it's in their mind.
It's in their mind. The way they talk about, when you ask them, why wouldn't you date someone like that, you're basically describing a bum to them.
I don't know about that. I'm a official broke boy, but I don't find myself in this situation. But interesting to know.
Yeah. So I think that, let's say, it will become more and more common that women with high position, because you have more and more women who are making it big in the corporate world, and they will, at some point need to choose probably to date, to marry down. And I believe that a woman like that would sign a prenup. I believe that a woman like that women would have less problem bringing it up. So a woman in that position would have less problem bringing it up than a man would, because the woman can say, you don't love me. The man can say that.
Well, prenuptial agreements have nothing to do with love, we said earlier. So I think that last statement is kind of a...
No, but I'm just saying, I'm not saying it's a valid reason, but that's something that...
Oh, you mean like that?
Yeah. Okay. So I'm not saying it's a valid... It has nothing to do with it, but that doesn't...
So you're trying to say that the woman is going to be more blunt about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Now I'm going to tell you this. This is a true story. And that's why I like, as a lawyer, it's never one straight answer. Sometimes KR, clients want straight. They just want to know, is it white or is it black? But it's almost always gray. Check this out. This is a true story.
It's light skin always. No,
a woman who was divorced has had her own house, had her own 2 children, and was dating a man. New, let's say, dating for a long while. I think they were even living together, I think. Now, listen to this, bro. The man started talking about the possibilities of getting married. The woman said, you know what, I can entertain the thought. However, I mean, we're living together. We have a relationship. We've had it for a while now. But I would like to have a prenup. I can protect the assets and make sure that my children can make use of it when I'm gone. So, or at least not when I'm gone necessarily, but I want my children to have a claim on the house, on my assets, because I don't want you to get married. I don't want us to get married and my children would lose certain rights. You know what the man answered? Can you guess what the man answered?
No idea. Tell me.
And when he answered, when I heard the story, I was flabbergasted. The man said, "Darling, unfortunately, I really want to get married, but we can't get married with a prenup." The woman asked him, why? Why can't we get married with a prenup? I have my house, I've worked hard for it. I have my children, I want them to I want to transfer the house in the future over to them. I want to protect the assets, and I want to be sure that, I want to get married to you, but what's for my children needs to remain for my children. The man said, "Yes, sweetheart, I understand all that. However, we cannot get married with a prenup." The woman asked, "But why?" The man said, "Well, you have to understand something. It's against my religion."
Oh man, I thought he was gonna do a karaoke.
It's against my religion.
What religion was that? The money.
Moneyism. No,
Moneyism.
I don't know. I don't know what he was. I think it was, Christian. Probably Christian.
Kind of okay.
But that was convenient because the woman was earning more than him. And the woman was the one with everything.
Moneyism. Moneyism is a true religion, I think.
Guess so.
Guys, I think we had a good time about this topic. We saw a couple of videos. One we cannot show because of the time. And I'll show you guys real quick one of the videos that's about, it's a great story about prenups and not signing prenups, or signing it right before, trying to sign it right before the marriage ceremony. It's this one by former NBA player Stephen Jackson. It tells a story about how he canceled Stephen Jackson. Yeah, sorry. He canceled his wedding minutes before they were going out to the altar. We cannot play it because it's very long. It's almost 34 minutes. We really recommend this video to you guys if you want to have a very interesting story about prenups and situations that can be avoided if you arrange things before the marriage. This is This tells the story about big red flags. We'll put this video as well in the description so you can watch it after this. But this is it's a very interesting story, one of the best ones, and he has a great way of telling it. So, but overall, I think we have a clear view of what is the best choice. Whether you choose to be a crash dummy, do you choose to not put on your seatbelt and let love be your guide in the car? Or do you choose that seatbelt to protect you? That seatbelt is your prenup. We're going to transition now to the part we usually call the RJ setup scenario, or the RJ scenario. RJ, you have a scenario you want to point out?
Just a question. Curious to know. Let's say you need to choose. You have to choose. You're dating. You're living your bachelor life, and you decide that you wanna just live a more serious life, more deliberate life. So you decide you want to get married. Now, you know you're not getting married for the love, but you're getting married for the things you can achieve, right? You can help each other grow, whatever your goals may be, right? It's not just love, because you don't get married only for love. Now you're dating at that particular time 2 people, because you're casually dating 2 people, 2 possible prospects. One of them is a ride or die woman.
She keeps the blicky in the pocket.
I guess. I don't know what I guess.
Continue.
She's a ride or die for sure. The other one isn't. Or you think, let's say you think the other one appears, the first one appears to be a ride or die, because you never know. The first one appears to be a ride or die. The second one does not appear to be a ride or die. The condition of the first one, who appears to be the ride or die, is, listen, we can get married, but I'm not going to sign a prenup. The second one, who does not appear as a ride or die, you feel less connection with this person. You feel a connection, but are not as strong as with the other one. She's not as attractive as the other one either. The first one is more attractive than the other one, than the second one. But the second one brings up the fact that she would want a prenup to be signed if you were ever to get married. Question to you, KaiR. Would you go for the first one, the one that appears to be a ride or die, and try to convince her? Because I know you're not gonna get married without. I'm not gonna ask that question.
At least you know your co-host. At least you know your co-host.
Or will you go with the less attractive one, the one that you feel a connection, but you're not as convinced that she's a ride or die, but the fact that she is willing to sign a contractual prenup, and you do want to get married, you choose the second one.
Can I ask a couple of questions?
Of course.
Question number one: am I dating person number one? We have person number one, person number two. Am I dating up or dating down? Or dating same level?
They are both same level.
Okay. Question number two: the vibe test. Hypothetically, you're saying the vibe, I have a better vibe with number one. How good is the vibe with number two? Is it at 80%, 50%?
You vibe
you out here.
You vibe with her. You go out with her.
She's a fun person.
She's a fun person.
But
you're not
a full click.
You're not as attracted to the second one as you are with the first. So you don't feel the tension, the passion with the first one. Your heart starts beating. You really feel the attraction. With the second one, she's a very.
Because I'm running away, or
what did you say?
Is my heart starting to beat because I'm running away? Or?
No, just because you don't know what to do, you don't know what to say.
Oh man, come on, bro. Can I convince number one?
You can try to convince number one, but number two is not gonna wait. Number two is not gonna wait.
Does she accept signing bonuses? Hey man, don't you, I'm telling you, the RJ, you're trying to set me up, but I always find a way out.
I mean,
she doesn't accept signing bonuses.
So you can choose. So you can choose. Well, if you choose the first one, the other one goes. If you choose the other one, so it's a risk. This one, you know for sure. So the second one, you know for sure, you have. You can get married to. She's a nice person. She's a fun person. The other one, you don't know. You might try to convince her, but if you choose to convince the one, the other one will leave. So that's the scenario.
Okay.
So you can either choose to try to convince. So we're not gonna get there if she's convincible.
Okay,
it's just you can choose to convince us.
Chance, basically.
And if it doesn't,
it's like a skill thing.
Yeah, and if you can't convince, then you're single and you need to go look for someone else. So, but you really want to get married. You really want to settle down.
How much money do I have actually? It depends. It's always boils down to having how much I have. Every scenario basically. It sounds like I'm like a broken record sometimes, but am I 500 plus K?
Yeah.
So I'm a 1% man, basically. As academics would say, I'm the prize.
Yeah.
Now, anyway, I would go for I'll stop stalling. I'll stop stalling. I was just starting to think which solution I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna let it all crash, man. Burn both ships. Burn both ships. The chances are higher. Let's put it this way. It's either number two or burn both ships.
Yeah.
It's not really a hard choice, but the question is, would I burn the ship? I vibe with her, but not as much. Or do I? How much time? It's an investment thing as well. If I spend a lot of time with her, I might think, you know what? I'll go with her, but nah.
That's what you want to hear. The problem is,
trying to blue pill you guys, man.
the problem is, that's not a problem, but it's like that's when you're comfortable, and that's alluding to you. When you're comfortable being alone, you don't feel the rush. You'll just laugh it off and do something else.
Are you trying to throw? Are you trying to stab me right here in the show?
No, because you said you would rather blow up both ships.
I mean,
which is while you had something that's basically a short.
You're saying me that the number one is not gonna sign it, so that's not an option.
We don't know if she's gonna sign it. We don't know, but it's a risk. But that's not part of the. So for this decision, it doesn't matter whether she signs this or not.
So it's about the end game. The end game is to marry. The marry with a prenup. That's the end game. I could choose. Well, okay. I'm backtracking. I'm now I understand what where you're trying to go to.
Okay.
Dude, I'm going with number one. If it crashes, if she doesn't sign, if she's against it, then I crash and burn. Not in the marriage, before the marriage. So I'll just let the relationship go its way. So part ways in that sense. I would go for number one. Try to convince her. Not while she's crying, because I think that's the story. That's basically the Stephen Jackson story. Not while she's crying, trying to convince her to sign it. And if she doesn't, then
it is what it is.
And also, number two I can always spin the block.
All right.
Anyway, guys, that's a botch. That's a botch scenario, I think. I really botched that one. I'm sorry. It wasn't as smooth as last week.
But it was a good answer. I mean, it's not, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just a scenario. I just want to see how you react. Guys, everyone, thank you for sticking with us. We're almost at the end. Was trying not to was trying to set up KaiR as good as possible, so it took me a while to devise the setup, but eventually you heard him.
Set me up.
So
I know you guys.
You
want to say something? No, tell me.
No, well, actually, I wanted to go to the your random thought of the day, but before we do that, you want to do something? You want to?
Yeah, I wanted to take some time to acknowledge the people who were basically watching both the rebroadcast again and the live show. Thank you, guys. Hopefully, we will have. Thank you for LW for actively participating in the show, and we hope to have more people. Sharing their thoughts. I think that's important. It's an open platform. That's what we try to do with Double Talk. Basically, exchange of ideas to see how everyone thinks about it, and try to keep an open mind, because I think that's important to learn. That's all. Yeah. That's all I wanted to say.
All right. With that being said, we're going to, of course, we have the last segment, which is the random thought of the day of KR. Before we get to that, just a quick recap. We talked today about prenups, and the question of the day, the main theme was whether you prefer a prenup or to be a crash dummy. That's a crazy title in a relationship. And we talked about the Tom Brady situation, the Brady and Gisele divorce, and we showed that although the divorce apparently does have a effect on him, which can be seen in the way he's playing, he was still able to round up the divorce within a couple of days' time, couple of hours. So, and that was primarily because they had a quote unquote ironclad prenuptial agreement. After that, we went and looked through some videos of people who were pro prenups and people who were against prenups. They all had their reasons. We shared our thoughts and opinions. On some points, KR and I agreed with one another. There were other instances where we didn't. And of course, we discussed the three topics, the three questions that KR asked me regarding this theme. The first one being, is prenup anti-love? And my conclusion was no. Second question was, why do people in 2022 still don't get a prenup? So my answer was that I believe that it's a form of conditioning that has been imposed on us to think that prenup has something to do with love or not loving someone, and that sometimes we fear to get into discussion with our significant other regarding this matter, so we don't. And the third question was whether prenup will become more common as women start to earn more money, keep earning more money, keep finishing or attending universities and colleges more than men, getting more degrees, whether they would use prenups in the future more, especially if they decide to get married to someone who earns less than them. And my answer to that was yes. I believe that women will be able to bring that topic, raise that topic without any problems, or at least with less problems, because it's something. Sometimes it feels as though like men were physically strong, KR, but like emotionally, sometimes we care too much.
I always say the men are the they romanticize a lot of stuff. More than women.
They romanticize, but sometimes it's us, man. It's us. We want to protect the feelings of women, and so sometimes we do that to a fault, and we do things like not sign a prenup and then lie to ourselves that it was because of Jesus. So
romantic crash dummies.
Romantic crash dummies, yeah. So with that conclusion, and of course we just had a scenario in which I asked KR who he would choose. I provided two options. KR showed us what we already knew, that he's a shallow man. And so yeah. So with that being said, KR, the last segment is yours. please entertain us with your random thought of the day.
Yeah, so since a couple of weeks back, I've done a couple of random thoughts, and recent events have shown that the random thoughts were on point. But as a shallow man, sometimes I need to take a step back and be shallow, easy going, kind of think straight up. You see, I'm not that deep sometimes. Today's random thought was inspired by a recent picture I saw on the gram. People love to really share their food pictures on the gram. Sometimes those food pictures aren't the best, but they don't even know that. They don't even notice that. Guys, I saw earlier this week a picture. I think the person who took it thought it was a hot picture, a great picture of some barbecue meat. Oh boy, they were wrong. Stevie Wonder, wrong. They didn't see it.
That's very wrong.
That meat was charcoaled, burnt. Yeah, man. Well, maybe I'm a bit exaggerating, but it wasn't right. It wasn't right. It was you when you're doing a barbecue, you shouldn't have multiple black spots. That's not the goal of a barbecue.
That's true.
You're not trying to create a charcoal meat. That's not the goal. You gotta bake it up softly, and then that's it. So, guys, what I'm trying to say is this: please stop sharing pictures of burnt out barbecue meat, man. I'm tired of seeing this. This is not the first time, but we're in 2022. And at this point, if you cannot see the difference between a good barbecue chicken and a bad one, it's time to wrap it up. It's time to wrap it up. Wrap your account up on IG. Maybe you should stop posting videos of whatever you're eating. Continue posting booty pics and booty shorts, but keep it niche. Keep yourself focused on what you're good at. Don't share barbecue pics. I'm sorry. This ain't it, man. Aren't you ashamed that you're going to eat that?
They don't know any better. Maybe they thought a filter would help it.
Oh, well, maybe they should. Oh my God. Only thing I can do is try to ask you guys, please focus on what you're good at. If you don't have any idea of the food you're going to take a picture of, if it looks good, please don't do it. Don't be arrogant. Don't be arrogant and think you know it. No, you don't. No, you don't. The picture of a charcoal chicken is not it. And you might be hanging out with Drake. Even then, the chicken is charcoal, baby. I'm sorry. So that's all I'm going to say.
All right.
If you choose to go to a barbecue, don't take a picture. Keep it to restaurants. Keep it to, maybe that's a better way to say. Keep it to restaurants. Don't
Note to self.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't you, but
No, but I mean that's known to them. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Write it down. Write it on your forehead. Anyway, guys, that's all. That's my thought of the day. Random thought.
All right. Thank you, KR. You know, I don't like taking pictures of my food. But
because you know your taste is bad.
I don't eat food to. I'm not a foodie, as they call it. I just eat to survive. So as long as I can survive, I'm good, man.
Damn, so you're eating beans and rice every day.
I could. No, man. But hey, thank you for sharing your random thought of the day, guys. To all our followers, our subscribers on YouTube, thank you so much for your support. Look out for the clips of this week. We also have a surprise for you guys. It's gonna be probably in the week of. It's not gonna be this. It's probably gonna be on Sunday, the 20th, that we have a surprise. But we'll keep you posted on that.
Working on something, yeah.
Working on something, especially for you. And we still need to figure out if we're gonna drop it, how we're gonna drop it, in what form, and when. But rest assured, we are working on some very interesting things. Again, thank you for your support. We are seeing that your support is helping us. This week we had some videos go. Yeah, I'm not gonna say viral, but
they were going off
for us, definitely.
Yeah.
A lot of new subscribers. We work very hard. We really we do it with pleasure. We're really enjoying the journey. As you know, what we like to do here on the Double Thought Show is present a topic, discuss it in an objective way, or at least as objective as possible. And to do that, the best way to do that is if we can have more thoughts and opinions to bounce off each other, to sharpen our way of thinking. And that's why we greatly appreciate everyone that gives their input, both during the live shows as well as
after
as comments to our clips.
One thing I want to say, guys, if you have any ideas about subjects you want us to cover, please DM us on social media. Better to do it via IG. Let us know if you see a topic you think like this is a great topic. I want RJ and KR to cover. Please let us know, man.
Yes. All right. With that being said, remember to like the video. Remember to like our social media posts. Very important. And with regards to YouTube, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of our videos. We try to post. No, we're posting daily. We're gonna post. I think on Sundays we're not posting. We've posted things. We're gonna post this Sunday, and we're probably gonna start posting daily. But at least 7 times a week you can count on Double Thought Show content. So don't miss out. With that being said, guys, have a nice day. Have a nice evening wherever you are. And until next time, peace.
Peace.